Hello, good morning. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for January 29th, 2026. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. You got to stand, sir.
If you're not going to speak, you can go. You can't speak. No, we can't speak. No.
Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you, and please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning, everyone. Our first case, page 9, Inspector Bernstein Steinberg, case number CE 2510-0710-0701, case address 1217 Southeast 1st Street, owner F. Ethan Rep, posted at property 1926, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good morning. First of all, you have to turn on the mic, sir.
Is that working?
Yeah, and let the inspector present the case first, and then I'll hear you.
Okay, well, I talked to him earlier, and I think it's all complied with. I was trying to move the thing along, but I'm happy to let him go first.
They have to at least announce the case, etc.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Inspector, presenting case CE 2510-0701, property address at 1217 Southeast 1st Street. Property was inspected on October 23rd, 2025 for the following violation: 4721.15.d complied. Property owner submitted an arborist report to Landscape Department. The Landscape Department found the arborist report acceptable for the remediation of the black olives. The city is requesting no fines.
Okay, sir, now you can state your name for the record.
Thank you. Romney Rogers, Morrison Ziegler, on behalf of Mr. Rep.
Okay, and I'm assuming your client agrees with no fines.
He's happy with that. I just want to make sure the record says it's complied.
Okay, yes, it's a complied.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
Our next case, page 88, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2502-0759, case address 177 Vermont Avenue, owner Joseph S. Scally. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25 and 11/19/25. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day. $17,950 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Good morning. Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This case was first heard on August 28th, 25 by Special Magistrate Flynn, and the magistrate granted 83 days extension to comply for violations 18-1, 18-4 parentheses C, and 9-308 parentheses A, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 27th, and the property remains in violation. This is a request, the city is requesting a full imposition of fines. The property owner is here to
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Joseph Scally.
Okay, tell me why this property is not in compliance yet.
I'm waiting on drawings to be presented to me for my carport. I've been trying to comply with all the other stuff. I know there's a car on my driveway. It is under cover now, but the reason that's still there and not taken care of is I do not have the title for it. I purchased it from my brother's ex-fiance, and now there's a whole ordeal with that, and she will not give me the title. So I'm trying to find other ways to get rid of that vehicle, and I'm waiting for the drawings to come in so I could comply with the carport.
What about picking up the trash? Why is that still not complied?
I'm not sure what trash you're...
Oh, okay, this is complied. I'm sorry, my docket is wrong.
No problem.
Okay, all right. All right, so the only thing left is that vehicle and the roof over the carport.
Correct.
All right, so how much time do you think you need?
I just contacted my drawing guy this morning. He said I should have them by next week, and as soon as I get them, I'm hiring people to get it done at ASAP. And I'm trying to figure out what to do with the vehicle, trying to get it scrapped or something, just so it's out of there and not an issue anymore.
All right,
I do have a picture of the drawings that Gary, that's my guy, he has updated drawings for me,
okay.
but I'm still waiting for the final print.
Okay, all right. I'll give you a 56-day extension and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh,
Free to
thank you.
go.
Have a great day.
Our next case, page 87, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25080195, case address 1017 Northeast 5th Street, owner 1017 Northeast 5th Street, LLC. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 11/16/25 and 12/11/25. One suspension from 12/11/25 to 1/29/26. 4 sections not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 1/30/26, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The property was inspected as of January 28th, yesterday. The violation 18-12 is complied as read. Violation 9-280, the sidewalk in the abutting property has cracks and or damage. Violation 9-304B, the concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained and the surface has cracks and damage. Violation 9-305A, complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance, and there are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have missing or peeling paint. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted again January 28th, and as of today, the violations are not in compliance, and fines would immediately start at 1/30/2026. I did speak to the contractor and several other people involved on this property, Your Honor, and they do have permits on file. They just need a little bit more time. They're here to ask for an extension, and the city is not opposed.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Chris DeMarco,
Okay, how much time do you need?
30 days, if that.
Okay. It's 28 or 56, so
We're going to give them 56
let's
since
do
permits are
56.
involved.
Yeah. We'll do 56 and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Our next case, page 74, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25080720, case address 208 Southwest 14th Court, numbers 1 through 4, owner Madura Sabra Bot. This case was first cited 8/27/25 to comply by 8/29/25. One section complied at $250. City's requesting the full amount, and appeal was received. This is an administrative appeal.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25080720. The address is 208 Southwest 14th Court. Property was cited on August 27, 2025 for code section 24-7B. There's bulk trash on the right-of-way, not on scheduled date and time, consisting of tree debris, cardboard boxes. Bulk trash is the first Friday of the month. Property was fined $240. Property was posted August 27, 2025, and bulk trash red tagged. An inspection was conducted on August 29, 2025. The bulk trash remained in a re-inspection on September 2, 2025, and found that the bulk trash had been removed by city contractors on August 30th. The city is requesting the full imposition of $240.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Madura Bhatt. I'm the property owner of 208 Southwest 14th Court. I'm requesting that this fine be please reassigned to the neighboring property. This is a common case of having that one bad neighbor, and I have pictures of, and I have wrote to Inspector Santos as well, where I talk about continued dumping of bulk trash. That was not just the mattress and furniture, etc., that they had dumped. There is one more mattress, and there is a second mattress as late as October 15th. And, excuse me. If I may quickly explain, this tree right here separates our property line. And all of the furniture, and except for that brown box on which you see the orange violation notice, I have submitted a video with my appeal case of Ring camera footage where I did take out that brown box and immediately placed a call to Inspector Santos to explain that the rest of the bulk trash is by the neighbor. They consistently push it towards our side of the property. This is my home here. This is their home, and there is a driveway here. So they consistently push it to our side of the property. And I did directly speak to the owner. I had trouble getting in touch with them because it's a corporate entity. I was not aware who exactly the owner is, and I understand that the city is also investigating them for violation of unlicensed vacation rental. So every time I got in touch with anybody who was sitting on the porch, I was reaching guests on Airbnb, etc. I could not speak to the owner. Once I spoke to the owner, they admitted that they were unaware of the city bulk pickup days, and they did store it inside their property lines after I had a chat with them. But by then, we had already been invoiced for this bulk trash pickup. And to be clear, I'm not trying to shift the responsibility to someone else, but these mattresses, they are really heavy, they're filthy, they run unlicensed vacation rental. I don't want to be the one to deal with them. So if you would find it that you could dismiss this case in my favor and reassign the $240 invoice to the neighbor at 218 Southwest 14th Court, I'd be very grateful.
Okay. Else from the city?
No, I mean, the trash is there. It's on their right-of-way. There's gravel where they have their, it is next to the neighbor's property, but it's on their swale, so.
I'm sorry. So we share that swale area, and that's their driveway. So it is on their property, but they consistently push it to my property.
It's not that I don't believe you. I do believe what's happening. But you are still responsible for what's on your property. The issue with the neighbor is something that's got to be solved with the neighbor, okay?
Okay.
I'll waive the fine this time, but in the future, you're going to have to get rid of it if it happens again.
So I can assure you there will be no future because we've already spoken to them, and we make sure, we've even talked to their housekeeper to make sure that they don't leave the trash out, even a small amount.
All right. I'll waive the fine this time.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 33, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25090604, case address 1304 Tangelo Isle, owner Kenneth and Hazel Howard, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on September 23rd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-28, the business Flamingo Yacht Charter is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. There is a yacht charter business being operated from this single-family home residence. Multiple yachts are moored at this property and advertised on Flamingo Yacht Charter website, including vessel number 1 by the name Depth, no registration number, and vessel number 2, there is no name, but there is registration under AL1018RM. 9-304B complied, 9-308B complied, 9-363 complied. Pre-hearing inspection, including waterway inspection, were conducted on January 27th and 28th, respectively. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violations 15-28 and 47-34.1.A.1, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record. Aye.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Minoff here on behalf of Hazel and Kenneth Howard with the law firm of Tripp Scott. I have Mr. Howard here. He is the property owner. He does not live there. This is a rental property, but he did fly in from New York to be here, not just because the weather is better, but because he's taken this seriously. So the situation here is he rented it out to a tenant last year. It's a standard residential lease. At some point, he became aware that the tenant had boats. There are docks back there. They're registered in the tenant's own name, so there was no indication of anything going on. What we've learned is that the tenant has, if you've ever heard of Toro, where people can rent cars like for a day or something. So what the code officer was speaking about is essentially the yacht version of Toro, and he puts them on this website, and people rent them for a day. We've researched it. It's not a legal charter or an illegal charter, and it falls within Coast Guard guidelines, all that stuff. Putting that aside, the business is not operated out of the house. It just so happens that 2 of the boats that are sometimes rented out to individuals belong to the tenant who actually lives there, and these are his personal vessels. We've spoken to him. He's got there are no supplies, no offices, no employees, nothing at the house. He lives there with his parents, and he just happens to own 2 boats. We've expressed to him that you can't have people showing up. There was a neighbor complaint several months ago, many months ago, when Mr. Howard found out. He reached out to the tenant. He said, apparently you're having people come to the house and park. This can't happen. It stopped for a number of months, and then all of a sudden Mr. Howard got a violation, which he then immediately started curing the other outstanding issues. He didn't realize he needed to be registered as a landlord. The roof was dirty. All that stuff he immediately took care of. We've been in communication, both Mr. Howard and myself are in communication with the tenant. We've confirmed he has a business in Miami. His employees, they work from home in various locations. So there's no actual business going on here. It just happens to be 2 boats that once in a while people rent. We've expressed to him that whatever you do is your personal business.
Where does he operate the business out of? See, that's why you need a tax receipt. If he operated the business at a different address.
Right. Well, see, he doesn't operate the business out of there. The business is operated through his employees who, I don't know where they live, but they all work from home. And I take that back. His physical office is in Miami. That's where he actually physically has boats. That's where he works. The people who operate this aspect of his business work from home in various places. I don't know, Your Honor, but he's not operating a business at the house. We have expressed to him that they can't pick up.
Is he renting the boats that you say are his own?
Yes, but we didn't know that he was actually renting them from the house. He is not allowed to rent them from the house. We've expressed that to him, and his lease expires March 31st. So he's either going to leave, and we've already spoken to him as far as this should be a done deal. But what we would like is if we could postpone this hearing until one day after April 1st, so that he either gets out, or if he doesn't stop, we'll start eviction proceedings. But unfortunately, he is a tenant, he has a lawful lease. All we can do is send him the default notice and start the eviction proceedings. But he's been very cooperative. He immediately responded to my email yesterday. So we think this is resolved. He's not running the business. There'll be no more people there. To the extent he was running a business, we didn't know. And when we found out, we took immediate steps, and we would ask that you not punish the homeowner, who obviously takes this seriously because he's here today.
Okay. Could you explain to them how they can comply?
So basically, if you want to comply, you have two options. Either he has to remove the boats from the property, period, or he has to remove the boats from the advertising website.
Okay. Yeah,
This
these
is
are
the
his
only
personal residence. I'm sorry, code officer.
Yeah, this is the only two options
Right.
available by the city.
Okay.
You know, and if he's operating in, you know, what about the business tax receipt if he's operating in this?
If he gonna keep the boat, he would need to go through our division, which is the business tax receipt, and go through the process of applying for a business tax receipt.
Right,
If he
he's
want to
gonna-
keep the boats more at the
At the
property.
house, okay.
So
and then
I'm
also-
inclined to grant the 28 days because I think it's plenty of time to do both of those things. But if you want, I'll issue an order to reappear so you can come and update me, or you can keep in touch with the inspector, and
When would the next appearance date be? Would that be
that
on
would
the
be
28th day?
February
26.
26th.
Sounds like what you're stating is that he is running a home-based business of some sort, right? You're saying that no, you're saying he has a home office there. He's
No,
conducting.
no.
Well,
That's not,
okay,
sorry,
well,
that's not what I said. I
that's what it
apologize.
sounded like to me. Because if it is a home-based business, then obviously there are state statutes that he needs to comply with. And
believe me, I understand.
one of
Yeah.
the things that the city of Fort Lauderdale has is you can't store the merchandise at the property. I do understand what you're saying. You guys are trying to get him out of the property, and the city is not opposed to the 28 days and the reappearance.
No, I appreciate that. But no, and to the extent that I created that impression, I apologize. There's nothing that goes on at the house except the boats happen to be there. Everything that's done with respect to online and his actual business is either in Miami or wherever these other people are. But none of them live there. He lives there with his parents. So there's no operations going there. We've told him he can't.
Does he have a tax receipt for the office in Miami?
Yes, that's where his office is.
And then, Magistrate, just for the record, this was a complaint that we received because they saw people coming and
Oh, no,
going on charters.
Yes.
So that is how this case came about.
No, we are aware that he had people. What he does is, what we understand he does, is you go on this website, you book it, you pay for it, and then it gives you instructions. You show up to the house, you take the boat, which is actually a legal thing under the law. But I get it, you can't do that here.
Well,
so
if he shows us his tax receipt from Miami and he stops advertising for it, he will be in compliance, and he
Got
can
it.
do both of those things within 28 days.
yes,
Okay?
absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your
thank you.
Magistrate, there is one violation that is recurring. I would need to read it and ask for finding of fact.
Okay.
Violation 305, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 240-90222. The city is requesting finding of fact for violation 9-304B.
Okay, so what they're asking me to do is to do a finding of fact that the violation exists. You will not be fined today, but if it happens again, you will be fined.
With all due respect, that picture was taken September 23rd. I don't know if you have a more recent picture. I drove by the property yesterday. There's nothing there. As far as we know, there have been no additional. When was the last time a complaint was issued?
The violation is complied. Now it's a finding of fact. If it happens again, fines will run immediately.
Yeah.
This violation is complied.
Right. I would ask.
What I'm being asked to do
Right.
is to rule that the violation at the point that that picture was taken, that the property was in violation. You won't get a fine today, but because it's a recurring violation, the next time it'll be a repeat violation and you will be fined.
I know, I completely understand, Your Honor. I would just respectfully request that you don't find the violation. It happened, it was cured. As far as we know, it hasn't happened since September. It's now almost February.
This is the way we keep people
Oh, I know.
from coming back in front of us over and over and over again. So
It's just, I get that he's an owner, he's responsible for what happens, but he's a responsible owner, and when something happens, he's immediately on it.
I can see that, but this is the way we deal with
understand.
repeat violations. Okay. What? Yes. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The reappearance, you'll get the order in the mail.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Our next case, page 88, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 24100382, case address 5108 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner BIC Corp. This case was first heard 7/8/25 to comply by 7/18/25, 8/12/25, and 9/9/25. There are two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $8,800. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $1,800. Grand total $10,600. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. As Special Magistrate on November 19, 2025, Special Magistrate granted a 71-day extension in order to reappear for the following violations. Violation 18-12A is not in compliance. There's overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property/swell area. Violation 47-21.16.A has complied. Violation 9-280H has complied. Violation 9-305A has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 28, 2026, and the property remains in violation for violation 18-12A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting the full amount and fines to continue to accrue.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Benjamin Sunshine from Brinkley Morgan on behalf of the property owner BIC Corp. Also with me is my property manager, the property manager for the property, William Fairman.
Okay. Why is this property still not in compliance? We're talking about picking up trash here.
The trash is picked up. But
State your name for the record, sir, if you're going to.
William Fairman with BIC. The trash has been picked up. When we installed the fence, we created additional organic material that we still need to remove. That's which I didn't realize that I had to remove the organic, basically a tree stump that we pulled out.
Okay.
Yeah, so once we remove the fence, we realized there was a tree stump. We'll remove the tree stump and we'll cut the grass. And so, delay the imposition of the fine so we can cut the grass and remove the tree stump.
Okay. Well, anything else from the city?
No, that's it.
Okay. This has been going on since July. It's a matter of picking up the trash. I just don't get it.
It's cutting the grass, and we have to remove a tree stump. It's not the debris.
It says here that you did remove the tree stump, didn't you?
It's another tree stump, because what happened was that there was a fence that we had to remove. There was a concrete wall that was broken. We removed the concrete wall. We had to install the new fence. Once we installed the fence, we found a new tree stump in the swell. So we just have to remove that other tree stump. That's not the other violation. We found the tree stump, which we'll remove, and we'll cut the grass.
All right. I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you.
We have one more case. Next case, page 84. Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2408-0472, case address 933 Northwest 50th Street, owner BIC Corp. This case was first heard 7/8/25 to comply by 7/18/25 and 8/12/25. One suspension from 11/19/25 to 1/29/26. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $9,900. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $1,000. Grand total $10,900. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. As Special Magistrate on November the 19th hearing, Special Magistrate granted a 71-day extension in order to reappear for the following violations. Violation 47-19.9.5.B has complied. Violation 47-22.3.U.1 has complied. Violation 47-22.9, signs has been erected at this B3 zone property without the required permits for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The following units remains out of compliance. Unit 961, Flavors Restaurant. Unit 957, Massage Spa. And Unit 961, Premier Health Center. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 28, 2026, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting the full amount in fines, and fines continue to accrue.
Okay. Please state your name again for the
Sure.
record.
Good morning, Honor. Benjamin Sunshine from Brinkley Morgan on behalf of the property owner, BIC Corp. Also with me is the property manager, William Fairman. So on this one, so there's 3 tenants that are not complied with. So the first one is 961, which is the Flavors Restaurant. Their permit is on file. The permitting department is waiting for information from the tenant. In order to complete that permit, Mr. Fairman will be in contact with the tenant to push that through.
Okay.
With respect to 957, which is the massage spa, the tenant himself went to zoning to get the permit issued, and zoning told the tenant that because on that tenant, because he had a picture in words on the signage, then he doesn't need a permit. We told that to Mr. Kendrick, who's
I can see words on that sign. Are we talking about the sign that says massage spa?
Yeah, no, so it's the window signs.
It's the window.
Okay.
It's the
Okay,
window
sorry,
sign. Yeah,
sorry.
it's the window sign. So,
Okay.
so the tenant was told because it was a picture and not words, he doesn't need a permit. So Mr. Kendrick is going to try to find the person in zoning, so that we can figure that out. And then 981, which is the Premier Health Center, he's been in contact with a general contractor in order to submit the permit. It's been a little bit difficult to find a vendor or a general contract in order to get these permits issued. As Mr. Fairman can also testify, it's been very difficult to find a vendor in order to get these permits because a lot of vendors don't know how to get permits issued for these window signs. So Mr. Fairman found a vendor, and that vendor is working with the Premier Health Center to get their permit issued. So I think 28 days should be sufficient to deal with these 3 tenants.
All right, 28 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 83. Inspector Malik Jones, Vanessa Willis presenting case number CE 2506-0295, case address 1505 Northwest 7th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Luciana Sameville. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25. 2 sections, both now complied at $100 per day for a total of $5,700, and the city is requesting administrative costs in the amount of $534.
Good morning, Inspector Vanessa Willis, presenting for Malik Jones. As information as read into the record, violation 18-4 is complied. Violation 47-20.20H is complied. 9-313 parentheses A is also complied, and 9-363 is also complied, and we are asking for the administrative costs at this time.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Higgins Sanville. This is my mom, Louisiana Sanville.
Welcome.
How you guys doing?
Are you in agreement to reduce the fines from $5,700 to city costs of $534?
No. And can I explain why, please?
Sure.
This is the violation that was handed, that was posted on the property. Is it okay if I bring this to the front? On there have the 3 violations. The first 3 violations, which was taken care of. I never knew about the 4th violation. So I happened to go to the city in October because I've been in communication with, I think, Oliveira. I think that was the inspector name. I've been in communication with him regarding the 3 violations, and I know for a fact the 3 violations were complied. I never knew about the 4th violation. I went to the city on October 15th to pay my water bill. Something in my mind said, go to community development to make sure everything is okay. When I went to community development, the lady, I forgot her name, she printed everything for me, and she said, everything is compliant, but you have a 4th one a fourth violation. And that's when she said the fourth violation was landlord registration. I never knew about the landlord registration. So she printed this for me, and she said that was added after the fact. So I never knew, and we took care of it. We took care of it that day. It took less than 5 minutes to do the landlord registration. Had I known, that would have been taken care of. So everything else was done except for the landlord registration. That was the only violation that was not done, and that's because I was not aware of it. But and you can see that it was added after the fact.
Your Honor. Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Supervisor Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. So I'm looking at the case now, and although it was added afterwards, it was still added before the first magistrate for the new business. So it was amended in August, on August 8th, but this was heard on August 28th. So at that hearing, it was on the agenda to, for the fines. I mean, not for the fines, for the violation. So the violation was heard, and it was found to be
Special Magistrate.
not in compliance.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's a Special Magistrate. Can we recall this in a few minutes?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry. He needs to look something up, I guess. Could you take a seat and I'll
We'll just
come
take a
back
look
to
real
you?
quick.
Our next case, page 87, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25040906, case address 2201 Northwest 6th Street, owner West Sistrunk Plaza LLC. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 12/11/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $4,900 accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $3,200 accrued, for a total of $8,100. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. I missed that one.
Sorry, guys.
Our next case, page 70, Inspector Wanda Aquavella. Case number CE 25120589, case address 405 Hendricks Isle, owner Las Olas Hideaway LLC, posted at property 1626, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good morning. Inspector Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on December 19, 2025. The following violations were observed. 15282 D1A. There are 3 violations of the city's ordinance which constitute a request for a 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. They are from case number CE 2510-0135. The violations are 15-278-2B, exceeding maximum occupancy, 15-278-1E, parking not within the driveway, 17-710A, noise violation, non-amplified sound. At the November 19, 2025 hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn denied the appeal and imposed the fines. The city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Please state your name for the record.
Lisa Puffer, owner of Las Olas Hideaway.
Okay. Unfortunately, the way the ordinance reads, it says that once there's been found 3 violations, I shall suspend. It doesn't give me discretion, but if you have anything you want to tell me, I'm willing to listen, but with that understanding.
Just so that you're aware, I had a manager that was here with me last time, and she's been terminated. We are no longer in contract. I did find a new management company that is much more aware of these things and puts things in place. I don't want to just blame someone, but she had promised me the world, as they do, but she did not have the noise alarm, and she did not have the cameras that she had promised. Right now, we don't we're not renting it right now, but we're setting it up and putting everything in place. I shared with you last time that I got this because I have a family and I have little kids, and we wanted to share it. That was not my intention. We do not allow parties. Because they were all in one night within 1 hour, I understand that it's probably 3 violations and that extreme because you're repeating, but it wasn't repeating. It was all within 1 hour.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to see if you could give us some grace.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't. If the city wants to, but the ordinance is clear that, if 3 violations are found to exist, that I'm to suspend the license for 180 days. Do you have people in there now, or?
No.
No? Okay.
So I have a new management company. From my understanding, that license stayed with the previous manager.
It's your responsibility as the owner of the property. I wish, I understand that this is a harsh law, but it is the law. And, so if they don't, I'm appointed. If they don't give me discretion in these matters, then there's nothing I can do.
So does the discretion happen after this hearing, or is it just a no? Or?
It's a no. So, anything you want to add to that?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so I'll make the suspension take place today, so the clock starts running. And, again, I'm sorry, but that's the way the law is written. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Recalling the case on page 83, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0295, case address 1505 Northwest 7th Avenue. That case first.
Okay, thank you. So after we reviewed the files, it was determined that you were notified with the posting from the previous officer, even though there was an addendum, a change to the actual violation, which sometimes happens. But we are willing to remove the administrative costs as well. So we will waive.
Thank you very much. I
we'll
greatly
waive that.
appreciate that.
Okay, no problem.
All right, good luck to you.
Next case, page 87, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25040906, case address 2201 Northwest 6th Street, owner West Sistrunk Plaza LLC. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 12/11/25. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $4,900. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $3,200. $8,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Name, case, and address as read at the Special Magistrate on 12/11/2025. Hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn denied an extension and fines began to accrue. Violation 1812A complied, being out of compliance for 32 days. Violation 4721.9.M, being out of compliance for 49 days. The landscape on the NWRAC MUW vacant lot has areas of bare and missing ground cover. There are areas throughout the property that have missing or dead ground cover, including but not limited to the swell. Violation 9, tag 305, withdrawn. Property was posted on 1/12/2026. A pre-hearing inspection was done on 1/22/26, and the property remained in violation. The manager from CRA is here to provide an update regarding the property at this time.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
Good morning. My name is Corey Ritchie. I'm with I'm a construction manager with the CRA, or City of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
This property, we given $750,000 for a new building on this property. We just passed the surface water permit, so now we're getting ready to submit the drawings for permitting. I have a meeting today. We're trying to get the budget to where right now I got two GCs that have a cost of approximately $817,000, and I'm trying to VE the project down to $750. so that we can start submitting the drawings to start building the project. So within the next 60 days, I will have a permit, and we'll start building on this lot. But we just need some more time.
Okay. Is the city okay with another extension?
We would not, I believe that 56 days we'll be able to work with.
I'd say let's come back in 91 days for a progress report.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I have it done.
All right,
I'm working.
91 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
You got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Our next case, page 43, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25090335, case address 901 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner Crown Liquors Broward, Inc., posted at property 11526, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good morning, Magistrate Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25090335, property address 901 West Sunrise Boulevard. This property was first inspected in September 13, 2025, and the following violation was observed. The following violation was observed. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris, including but not limited to shopping carts, pieces of woods, and other miscellaneous items on this property and its well. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 25010131. This case will go before the special magistrate, whether or not the case comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate hearing. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is seeking to find the facts that the violation did exist.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alfredo Valenzuela.
Okay, sir. Apparently, the property is now in compliance, but what the city is asking me for is a finding of fact, which means I find that the violation existed, but now it's in compliance, so you will not be fined today, but if it happens again, then you will be fined. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I do have a question, though.
Sure.
So I don't know where the property starts, because all those shopping carts are on I think it's the city side. There's a bus stop there. So the situation is it's a really bad homeless situation. I have pictures of it's not just our business, but it's the entire area.
Yeah.
So as you can see, it's shopping carts with clothes. So I don't know if that's part of our property or is it a city property, because we call the police and they say they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. I would suggest you check your survey to see where your property ends.
Special Magistrate?
Yeah.
Supervisor Brown, I think you're referring to like the swale area, and per the city's code, the abutting property owner is responsible for that swale area. So
Right.
you guys are responsible for it.
Okay.
So is there I'm asking, is there any kind of support that we can get to control the homeless? It's really out of control.
Yeah, that's kind of out of my jurisdiction. I don't know what to tell you about that.
Because the last time I serviced, the landscaper serviced the store was Friday, and 6 hours later, there were shopping carts around. Now there's a grocery store behind us, and people go grocery shopping. They go to the bus stop and they leave the shopping cart there. So at a point, you're going to see like 5 or 6 shopping carts at the bus stop.
Sir, I'd be happy to share my information with you and share any resources that I have that I can share with you to try to fix the problem.
All right, so speak to Amy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 75, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25080823, case address 2700 Northeast 18th Street, owner 2700 Northeast 18th LLC. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 9/25/25. 4 sections complied. Grand total $15,000. This is to vacate the order imposing fine of $12,1125 and to reimpose a one-time fine. For your record, Special Magistrate, the original order stated a daily fine of $15,000 when it should have stated a one-time fine of $15,000.
Oh, okay. $1,500 or $15,000?
$15,000.
Okay, one-time fine, okay. All right, go ahead.
Inspector Robert Kroc, presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address as read. The following violations were found. 18-1 is a vacation rental property. Property was creating a public nuisance, which was withdrawn. And then the violation 15-2781E. There is a Chapter 15, Article 10, vacation rental parking occurring at this property. 50 vehicles approximately at the property. Violation 15-272B. B, maximum occupancy of this property is being exceeded, approximately 100 people at this property. Violation 17-710. There is non-amplified sound coming from this property.
Okay, so the last hearing I imposed, somehow it got into the order that I was fining $15,000 a day, but I only fined $15,000 on a one-time deal. So I'm going to vacate that order. You're welcome to speak.
Good morning, Brandon Loshak on behalf of the owner. No objection, just here for my
Okay,
parents.
all right. Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 73, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25120544, case address 503 Southwest 16th Street, owner Harsh and Shayola Gupta, posted at property 122726, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25120544, property address 503 Southwest 16th Street. This property was initially inspected on December 18, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-282D1B. There's a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property. To request a certificate suspension 365 days before the special magistrate. The qualifying violation cases are CE 25060321, 15-2783 trash carts, and 15-2755 responsible party failed to respond. The additional cases are CE 25070498. It's 15-278.1.E, parking violation, and 15-2755, responsible party failed to respond, for a total of 4 violations. The city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Brandon Loshak on behalf of the property owners.
Okay. As I told the other people, this is a shall, not a discretionary thing on my part. Is there people, do they have bookings?
They do, Your Honor, and considering the facts, and what we don't object. We know that these violations existed. We do understand the code. We've taken efforts to cure everything, and as they're operational, we understand that you may, you shall suspend this. However, we request that if you can, to partially either suspend the license to the suspension to take effect after the current bookings, which are booked through March, is our only request.
Okay. So I'll have it take place in 60 days.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Our next case, page 71, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25100583, case address 1401 Southwest 20th Street, owner Miguel Maria, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25100583 for property located at 1401 Southwest 20th Street. This is a repeat violation case from case CE 25020493. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 4/24/2025, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 15 days to comply or $500 per day thereafter per violation. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 4/24/25, case CE 25020493 was presented to Special Magistrate Flynn that this property was operating as a vacation rental without a certificate from the city. An order of 15 days to comply or $500 per day thereafter per violation be imposed if not complied. The violation failed to come into compliance within the 15 days, and at the 7/24/2025 Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn imposed fines of $4,000, which continued to accrue. The violation came into compliance on 7/26/2025. On 8/26/2025, lien number 120401845 was recorded against the property. On 10/22/2025, the property was found again operating as a vacation rental without a certificate under this case CE 25100583. The property came into compliance on 11/26/2025 after it passed the vacation rental inspection under VR-APP-25060004. While the property was out of compliance, re-inspections were conducted on the following days showing that a violation did exist. Those dates are 10/22/2025, 10/23/2025, 10/28/2025, and 11/13/2025 for a total of 4 days. For this case, the city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $2,000.
Please state your name for the record. Okay. Obviously, you're not taking my orders seriously because this keeps happening. So tell me what you want to tell me.
Hello? Now?
Yes.
Okay. That's not the case. We obviously take every matter with the city seriously. In my ignorance, we had another case with building. Already had several conversations with Mr. Oakes, and he explained to me that one thing has nothing to do with the other. And I thought because we passed the inspections from the other one, we were already in compliance. Mr. Oakes already provided me with the information of Mr. Johnson for me to take care of the lien, which I had honestly no idea that I was imposed until probably 2 weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago when I talked to Mr. Inspector Oakes. So that's why I show up here, so I can take care of that right away.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to impose the fine, $2,000. Okay. Next case.
Our next case, page 74, Inspector Matthew Flesher, Bernstein Seinberg, presenting case number CE 25120199, case address 720 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Susanna Kosis. This case was first cited 11/27/25 to comply by 11/27/25. One section complied at $250 for a total of $250. Appeal deadline 12/12/25. City's requesting the full amount, and a citation appeal was received.
Good morning. Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Court Inspector, presenting case CE 25120199, property address at 720 Northeast 26th Ave. This case was cited on November 27, 2025 for the following violations. 15278 (1) There is a Chapter 15 Article X vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. There are cars parked in the right-of-way at this vacation rental property. The city is seeking full imposition of fines. Magistrate, I'm just going to show you the evidence of the vehicle that was parked on the street. So we have two videos. The first one, you're going to notice a red vehicle that's parked outside of the property. It's important to pay attention to the tag of that make and model of a Hyundai. Yeah. So that's the vehicle right there, that red Hyundai. This is when officers arrived, that red Hyundai with that tag. It's parked right outside. And then you're going to see a second video. You can go to... So this is the vehicle that was parked outside the property at the vacation rental. Now we're going to play the second video when officers came back to the property, and that video showed that same car parked on the property. And that's why they were given a citation of $250.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Susanna Kochish.
Okay. I did receive your submission, and I read it all, so I understand. And I also received a submission from a neighbor that could not be here today but wanted me to read it. I don't see it necessary for me to read it. I've read her, but if you want me to read it so you know what she said, I'm happy to do that.
I don't want to.
Okay.
It's just, I'm really upset about, for the last 30 days, he's just opened 15 other cases. So
okay.
It's just like I'm really upset about everything that happened for the last 30 days.
Okay.
Last 45 days is like, it was no violation, any of them.
Okay. Like I said, I read everything you submitted, and it covered a lot of ground. But what's in front of me today is just about the parking violation. So if you have something to tell me more about the parking violation, then...
I stated everything in my written statement, and it's like about a violation.
Okay, I know you were concerned that it was Thanksgiving, that there were a lot of cars parked all over the place, and how do we know that that car belonged, to the people that were renting your property? So I understand that argument. Is there anything you want to add to that?
It's just there's not have any identification for the vehicle is leaking. So many times, like, and a neighbor car is parking on, especially on Thanksgiving, even if it's on the time. So
I have a question. Does it matter if it's parked in the right-of-way in front of their house, whether it belongs to the people that are renting there?
Yes. When they sign up for the vacation rental, there is rules they were given. All vehicles must be parked on the driveway. It can't be on the right-of-way or the street or the sidewalk.
Okay. So whether it's a visitor, it really doesn't matter. It can't be in their right-of-way.
Correct. It has to be all in the driveway. Correct.
Okay.
And then receive it like 10 days later to the parking violation, 10 days after. And
yeah, it appears to me that when asked to move, they moved into the driveway, suggesting strongly to me that they were part of the visitors to your home. So that's one thing that...
And I never have any violation since 2019. This is the first time even this happened, and I canceled the reservation right away. As soon as the neighbor complained, I don't even went to the property. I just he just called me and pushing me to cancel the reservation, and that's what I did. Like at the same time the neighbor called me, I was in Boca Raton, and I canceled the reservation for him.
Yes.
I have approved like a text messages and everything I went through.
I understand that you're trying. I do. But my job here is to find if the violation exists. And it looks to me like the violation did exist when these pictures were taken and the police responded to the scene. So I'm going to impose the fine of $250. Okay.
Our next case, page 84. Inspector Bernstein Steinberg, case number CE 2403-0628, case address 1620 West State Road 84, owner William C. Morris, post number 36, American Legion, Inc. This case was first heard 9/26/24 to comply by 1/30/25. There are four suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $18,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines.
Okay.
And the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Bernstein Sandberg, Senior Inspector, presenting case CE 24030628, property located at 1620 West State Road 84. The following violation remains 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. There are food truck businesses called Venezuelan Fast Food, Carousel Barbecue, and multiple other food trucks operating without the required stationary mobile business tax receipt. There are chairs and tables being used for the purpose which are prohibited accessories for the mobile food truck. Magistrate, we have a few vendors at this property that does not have the business tax receipt. It's going to be the Jerky's Grill, Venezuelan Fast Food, Shakiraga, Los Picositos, French Touch, Aja Food Trucks, Ghost Beats, Toro Grill, Pia Care, Carousel Barbecue, and Vegan Junkie. And the only food truck that have a BTR to operate at that property is Jerky's Grill.
Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, before he speaks, I would like to say that there was a meeting with city staff, and we are not opposed to an additional extension of 91 days.
Okay. All right. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner.
Okay. Is client agree with the 91 days?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. And we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
Andrew.
Next case, page 90. Inspector Bernstein Steinberg, case number CE 2403-0623, case address 1620 West State Road 84, owner William C. Morris, post number 36, American Legion, Inc. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 1/30/25. There are four suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $18,000 accrued. The fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Lauderdale, Senior Inspector, presenting case and property address as read. The following violation remained, 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. There are food trucks, businesses called Venezuelan Fast Food, Carousel Barbecue, and multiple other food trucks operating without the required stationary/mobile vending business tax receipt. There are chairs and tables being used for the business purposes which are prohibited accessories for mobile food truck vending. The following food trucks are at the property and does not have a BTR: Venezuelan Fast Food, Shakira Aga, Los Picositos, French Touch, Aja Food Trucks, Ghost Beats, Toro Grill, Pia Care, Carousel Barbecue, and Vegan Junkie. The only one that's allowed to be there is Jerky's Grill. And the city is not opposed to a 91-day extension.
Okay. State your name again for the record.
Good morning, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner.
Okay, 91 days
Yes.
in suspension and during that time. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And will there be I hope it's done by then, but will there be an order to reappear in the 91 days? I didn't catch it on the first one.
Do I need a reappearance on this one?
We do have fines existing, so if we can, I wanted this to be done 6 months ago, but if it is done in the next 91 days, I would like to come back and explain all the history of it and request a reduction in fines. So I think we would need an order to reappear for that.
Is that in both?
Both
Correct.
cases, yes.
Okay. All right. Order to reappear on 4/30/26. What was the other page this was on? 84. Thank you. All right. Order to reappear on that case as well.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Our next case, page 2, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25120175, case address 2833 Southwest 8th Street, owner Dane Buchanan, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Senior Code Officer Robert Clark presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address is read. Right, this property was inspected on 12/06/2025 following a neighbor complaint of loud noise. The following violations were observed. There's amplified sound coming from this residential property that is plainly audible 25 feet from the property line after 10 p.m. This violation is transient in nature and as such will be presented before special magistrate whether or not the violation complies to impose fines in an amount of up to $15,000 per occurrence. It's violation 17-710A. There is non-amplified sound coming from this residential property that is plainly audible 25 feet from the property line after 10 p.m. This violation is transient in nature and as such will be presented before special magistrate whether or not the violation complies to impose fines in an amount of up to $15,000 per occurrence. Violation 26-129A4. No person shall stop, stand, or park vehicles except when necessary to avoid conflict with other traffic or in compliance with direction of a police officer or traffic control device. In any other following places. 4. On a sidewalk, vehicles are parked on and obstructing the sidewalk. This violation is transient in nature and as such will be presented before the special magistrate whether or not the violation complies to impose fines in an amount of $15,000 per occurrence. Violation 9-304B. There are multiple vehicles parked in the grass/lawn area. This violation is transient in nature and as such will be presented before special magistrate whether or not the violation complies to impose fine in the amount of up to $15,000 per occurrence. This case, I got to this property at 1:28 a.m. to a party. As you can see in the photos here, they're obstructing the sidewalk right there. They're completely. Multiple vehicles. There was close to, I say, 40 vehicles all around, vehicles all parked up on the grass. This was a large gathering and a large party occurring at this property. There should be video with the noise.
Can you let him by, please?
Special Magistrate,
Yes.
to your left. I can play the sound over here. I don't know if you can hear it.
Okay.
Antoine, what I think, yeah, is best to play it for the magistrate, and then we need to play it for the property owners.
I can hardly hear it. Yeah, it's. Are you? I don't hear anything. This is not good enough. I don't think. Okay. Okay. Is that it? All right, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Dane Buchanan.
Okay, what would you like to tell me about this incident?
Yes, we did have a birthday party, but once the cops came, we turned the music off and we sent everybody home.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We did have a birthday party, but once the cop came, we turned the music off and we sent everybody home.
Okay, all right. Anything else?
When I got there, the cops were already there, and the music was, that video was taken, and the cops were there.
Okay.
Each violation is, you can give up to $15,000 per violation.
All right. All right, I'm going to issue a fine of $250 per violation. And in the future, that's not legal, okay, to park all those vehicles. I'm letting you off light today, but it can't happen again, okay?
Understand.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 91, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25070151, case address 1341 Southwest 25th Avenue, owner Smart Solutions International, Inc. This is to vacate the order of 11625 and to close the case.
Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-70151 for the property located at 1341 Southwest 25th Avenue. The property was first inspected and the violations found were 18-12A complied, 18-4C complied, 9-305 out of compliance, 9-306 complied, 9-313A complied. This is an order to vacate.
Okay, is the property in compliance?
So for the change of ownership, we're vacating this one and we have recited the new owner.
Oh, okay. So we're just vacating and it'll come back for hearing another time? Okay.
Correct.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Denise Hale, owner.
Okay. Are you the new owner or the former owner?
I am the new owner.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to vacate that order. So it will no longer exist. But to the extent you need to educate yourself as to what the violations were and make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, we got all the permits, MEPs all in, so we're just waiting to comply. So it was never an issue of a non-compliance on my end.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
All
Your
right.
Honor.
I'll vacate
Okay.
the order.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 53, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25030212, case address 138 Southwest 21st Way, owner Gil V. Perez, and this is a continuation from the 11/6/2025 hearing, and it was posted at 1 East Broward on 1/16/26.
Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-30212 for the
submission.
I've already read it.
Yeah, one for the record, I would say.
Yeah, you can give her one, but I've already read it.
Thank you. I already
Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-30212 for the property located at 138 Southwest 21st Way. The case was first heard on November 6, 2025, where Special Magistrate Duty ordered a continuance for violation 9-305B. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the violation 9-305B remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 56 days to come into compliance of Section 9-305B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Okay, did you say 56 days?
Correct, 56 days.
Okay. Or $100 a day?
Or $50 a day.
$50 a day, okay.
And Inspector, all other violations are in compliance, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Gil Perez.
Okay, Mr. Perez, I've read your submission, and is there anything else in addition to that you want to tell me?
Yes, first I'd like to cross-examine the inspector.
Go ahead.
Mr. Oliveira, Inspector Oliveira, did you review the submission? Would you like a copy of the submission?
Sure.
Tell us about the first visit to the property. Did you issue the violation on the first visit to the property? Were there prior visits?
On the first visit.
Was there any prior notice to the tenants before the issuance of the violation?
So we issued an inspection report on the first visit, so that was what they received.
Okay. When did you become aware that the tenants were primarily Spanish speaking, that they did not speak English?
On the first visit.
Was the notice ever translated to Spanish for the tenants?
It was in English, but I did go over the violations in Spanish on the day of the initial inspection.
Can you tell us about your Spanish language experience? Are you a court-certified translator?
No, I'm not.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. I mean, again, we're here on one violation.
I would like to address, these appear to be defenses you're raising on behalf of the tenant that no longer lives there and you evicted for not complying with the violations.
I'd like to develop a record below.
Okay. All right. Well, we've already received the record, your submission, and it
The
says
opportunity
everything.
to cross-examine the inspector is a component of the record. And honestly, there's a lot of questions about the issuance of the violation that should be addressed at the hearing.
Okay. But you received notice of the violation, did you not?
Did I receive notice?
Yes.
I received notice much later than the 8th.
Okay. When did you receive notice?
Sometime after the 8th. They sent it to me by mail, and
Okay.
it went
I
to an
thought
office.
in your submission you said that you let the tenants know about the violation on March 10th. Am I remembering that correctly?
I don't believe so, but if that's how you read it, I'm sure. There's no point in quarreling with the magistrate.
Okay. All right.
But back to the cross-examination that Ms. Hassan objected to, the city attorney. The issue here is that Mr. Oliveira is testifying that he communicated the notice to the tenants in Spanish verbally, while the code requires a written notice, and really hearings require a clear and concise notice of the city's objectives. And the idea that we are jointly and severally liable in the code is belied by the Florida state statute and the legislature, in that really these were long-term tenants.
The
These people
statute
lived.
that you cite in your submission is a tort statute. It has nothing to do with the administrative code and this quasi-judicial proceedings.
However, the legislative intent and the concept of joint and several liability should not be applied where a tenant who has a 10-year tenancy and speaks Spanish, and certainly would have complied had they had notice, were not notified.
But you said in your submission you gave them notice, and they did not comply the violation, and that's why you evicted them.
No, Your Honor. I said in my submission that I sent them notice in Spanish. I maintain that they did comply. And in fact, on May 5th, they sent me photographs of a very robust lawn. I haven't even gotten to the issue of whether or not we were in violation on that date.
I did not see a robust lawn in any of the photographs you submitted.
Here is the photograph that they sent me on the 5th. And again, it was rather robust. I also submitted a letter or the notice from the Florida Agricultural Extension that said on the date, March 8th, that this violation was issued. That would be the very worst day for grass in the region that we're in. Grass should be planted and seeded at that time. And in fact, the issuance of the violation really was not appropriate without a warning. And there was no warning.
Well, what do you think the inspection report is designed to do?
I have no idea what the inspection report is designed to do.
Okay, I will let you ask him that question.
Well, actually, I was on the point of Spanish and his Spanish-speaking ability.
I know that...
Have you sustained that objection?
What I'm telling you, okay, is that we know that the tenants were Spanish-speaking, but you're raising a defense on behalf of another party. You haven't addressed to me why you think that you're entitled to raise that defense when you yourself got proper notice.
Because the lease does not permit me entry into the residence to cure the violation.
Yes.
And the tenants were obligated by the lease.
But you evicted them. You got the property back in September. We're now in January.
Your Honor, I haven't
Okay,
begun
so you
my
have
case
had
in
all
chief.
this
I
time
was cross-examining the issuing officer. There was an objection, and you have now gone into some other area and disrupted my plan for laying out my defense clearly in an orderly manner
Because
for
you're
the
not
record.
addressing my concern with your question.
Please restate your concern.
Okay, my concern is that you are raising a defense on behalf of a tenant that is no longer here when you yourself, who is responsible for this party, got proper notice.
Hold on. Can someone please silence your phone immediately? Please. It's interrupting the proceeding.
I was the owner. I had rented the premises to the tenant long before there was any requirement for Fort Lauderdale licensing for tenant rental property. I had no idea that there was a subsequent licensing requirement, or I would have certainly complied. I have to go back to the failure of the city to issue the notice in Spanish. It was defective notice, and I maintain that the notice in and of itself was defective for purposes of Rule 9305.
Okay,
Then,
I am sustaining the city's objection on that.
very well. Then, I note in the record, one, that the photograph that the city issues that they claim supports their violation does not show any dead vegetation. There are some bald spots, and the bald spots are primarily because the young people that are shown in the city's fourth photograph played in the front yard, primarily because the neighbor's yard had received a similar violation and they weren't allowed to play on that yard, from my understanding from the tenants. I also maintain that the tenants did attempt to comply. However, pursuant to the Florida State Agricultural Extension, their efforts were hopeless because there was no way for them to properly understand the violation given to them in English. The notice was defective. I received the
Your Honor, I'm
notice.
going to object again. I mean, you've ruled on the issue of the issue of Spanish versus English.
Well, and I'm ruling on it in addition because this is not your defense. Do you disagree with that?
No, Your Honor. And again, the property owner has complied with everything on the notice of violation with the exception of grass that was first, when the property was first inspected in March. We're at the end of January, and the city is asking for the property owner to come into compliance in 56 days or face a $50 fine. It's pretty simple. It's just grass.
Your Honor, I would
okay.
like to develop the record below. This is the record. It's my only opportunity to present evidence.
Okay, so far you're not telling me anything that you haven't put in your submission, which is part of the record.
Okay. So I did communicate with the city. I received communication from the tenant. They sent photographs in May that I really maintained were compliant. The city said that they were not, and I initiated eviction proceedings in July. The tenants were evicted. Over my objection, I certainly did not want to evict these tenants, and it was clear.
Again, can people turn off your phones or you're going to need to leave? Please, you're interrupting the property owner's presentation. Thank you.
The tenants had to be evicted over my objection because the city refused to comply their efforts. And the picture that they sent me really is rather telling. And again, I maintain that there is nothing dead, but there is missing ground cover, perhaps. However, this is March. And the ideal time to seed and grow is from April or late March until June. Additionally, the city of Fort Worth...
This is January. You've had all this time. The city's giving you 56 more days. So you're telling me a year is not enough time to develop that lawn? I'm sorry. I'm not buying it.
Your Honor, there is most certainly lawn on page 13. And that it's not fully developed is because the Florida State Agricultural Extension says it can take 120 days for grass to
You've had a
properly
year.
Your Honor, you have acknowledged that I did not have the year. I was first able to evict these tenants.
Okay, so you've had it since September.
1st.
So that's, you've had 120 days.
Your Honor.
And we're giving
Your
you
Honor,
56
the
more.
Florida State Agricultural Extension's memorandum states that it is practically impossible to do anything without fertilizer. And the city of Fort Lauderdale has a prescription on laying fertilizer between June 1st and September 30th. So for you to tax me from September 1st to September 30th is patently improper.
You still have 120 days after that, and with the 56 days more than that. Look, I'm going to find that the violation exists.
Would you please
you
allow
have
me to
56
proceed
days.
with my
Are you going to
presentation?
say anything that's not in the submission you've already put in?
I am going to highlight several aspects that I feel represent documentation that supports my defense that I acted reasonably and made a full effort to comply. For starters, I went to Florida Nursery and I purchased frog fruit and sunshine mimosa, and I planted them promptly on 9/12.
Okay, I'm going to deny you giving me that evidence because the lawn is still in violation. So what you did up to now is not working. So you either buy sod or you figure out a way,
Your Honor,
within the next 56 days
on
to fill in the lawn.
11 of my submission is a rabbit. There are many animals that feed off this lawn. And if I purchase sod or I use the chemicals that I would have to use to comply with this regulation within the 30 days that he specified, those animals would be dead. In addition, the code very clearly states...
Okay, this is all in your submission, sir.
No,
it is
this is not in
unfair
my
to the
submission.
rest of the people in
Your
this...
Honor, these people have lots of time. They came here to challenge their...
Okay.
They are participating in an administrative process. And the
that's
city of
done.
New York is going, the city of Fort Lauderdale is going as quickly as they possibly can.
All right, that's
in any event,
that's
with
enough.
respect to
We have your submission. It is part of the record. You have 56 days or $50 a day thereafter, and the hearing is over.
Our next case, page 30.
Oh, well.
Inspector Mohammed Dam Case number CE 25090280, case address 1501 Southwest 22nd Street, owner Smith Estates Trust, Jamie Smith and T. Samuel trustees, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Muhammad Daim City, Fort Lauderdale, code compliance, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on September 12, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-2.2.Q.3 complied. 47-21.15.A. There are 2 areca palm trees removed from this RD15 zone residential property without first obtaining the required permit from the City of Fort Lauderdale Landscaping Department. This case will be brought to a special magistrate to request an imposition of fines up to $15,000 for irreparable and irreversible violation. 9-280H1 complied. 9-304B complied. 9-306 complied. 9-308B complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 22, 2025. The property is complied. The city is requesting $300 one-time fine for the removal of 2 trees without a permit.
Please state your name for the record.
Jamie Smith.
Are you in agreement with the $300 fine?
Is that on top of the $300 that we paid for the after-the-fact permit? Is that different?
Yeah, that's, because we can't bring the trees back. The ordinance says I can fine you up to $15,000. The city's only asking for $300 fine, and
That's fine.
I think that's fair.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 90. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230800539, case address 519 Southwest 27th Avenue, owner 519 Southwest 27th Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 4/9/24 to comply by 7/19/24, 5/14/24, and 7/9/24. There are 6 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $3,600 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 4/9/24. There were several reappearances before the Special Magistrate dated 7/9/24, 11/12/24, 4/8/25, 7/28/25, 9/9/25, and 11/19/25. As a post-magistrate inspection dated 1/26, the property was in compliance. The city is requesting admin costs in the amount of $1,915.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
William Stecker.
Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction let me finish and then you can speak. Okay. Speaking over me messes up the record. Okay. Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to administrative costs of $1,915?
A little stiff, isn't it?
Pardon me?
It's a little large, isn't it?
Well, this has gone on since April of 2024. So, it's just shy of 2 years, and the city has costs associated with that.
I understand. We had a problem with flooding. We couldn't figure out how to fix it. Now the building's in compliance.
Okay.
I missed the last meeting here. I was in the hospital for 5 days in the trauma center.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear
from
that.
a fall. But, hey, I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
So
good.
Thank
Good.
God for that.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah. So were there any, but that was the only thing, it's just administrative costs, no fines?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Just the administrative.
Yeah, you actually had $3,600 in fines accrued. The city's waiving that and just imposing administrative costs.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you,
Can
sir.
you make sure I get an email about that?
Yes, sir.
You'll get it.
You'll get something in the
my
mail.
order in the mail.
Did you get the message I sent you?
Which one?
Don't.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Be well.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next case, page 41, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25040373, case address 1355 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner Field Apartments LLC, posted at property 11526, posted at 1 East Broward 11626. Is there a respondent for 1355 West Sunrise Boulevard?
We do, but
They don't have power of attorney? Okay, all right, we'll have to move on then.
I'm hearing impaired, and I have this to this. And my name is John Walker Field Jr. And we own the property over there at on the Sunrise Boulevard.
Sir.
Popeyes
Wait a
has gone
second,
into
sir.
bankruptcy.
Sir,
It just
sir,
found
Sir,
out a few
sir.
days ago.
Sir, can you hear
Hello?
me?
Hello?
Wait a second.
Is that your what's your case?
Go on.
What case are you here for?
Is he here for your case?
For my Sunrise Boulevard.
1355?
What case are you here for?
Sunrise Boulevard.
What's your address?
Popeyes. That's it.
That's the one you doing now?
that's the one. 1355.
But he doesn't, I don't think he has power of attorney.
He does not have power of attorney.
Is he the owner? I
No.
thought he just said he was
No.
the owner.
He's not the owner.
He's not the owner. Are you the owner of the property?
He's using a device to help him translate.
Okay.
Here.
Here,
Are you the
okay.
owner?
Go ahead.
Are you the owner of the property?
I like to go ahead.
Are you the owner?
Who checked him in?
Are you the owner?
Yes.
You're the owner?
Yes.
What's your name?
John Walker
Did
Field
one of you
Jr.
check him in and find he didn't have power of attorney?
Does he have power of attorney? 1355 West Sunrise Boulevard. He's the owner? Okay.
Oh,
You have to allow him to speak first, and then they'll let you speak.
okay. Okay.
Tell her he is the owner.
Okay, please present the case.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Bovary.
He has power of attorney?
Good morning, Your
He's the
Majesty.
owner. He's the owner.
Oh, he's the owner. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Good morning again, Your Magistrate. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Committee Enhancement. Case number CE 2504-0373. Okay. Good morning again, Your Magistrate. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2504-0373. Property address 1355 West Sunrise Boulevard. The property was first inspected in April 12, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 24-7B is now in compliance. Violation 47-19.5.D.5. The buffer walls on the property facing Northwest 10th Place needs to be repaired. The wall is cracked and is leaning and falling over. Violation 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There's cracks, holes, and the parking lot needs to be restriped and resurfaced. Violation 9-304B is actually in compliance. The city is requesting 56 days to comply with all violations, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
Okay, brief question. The violation that was complied, the last one, that's 9-305A?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, so we only have the buffer wall and the parking violations left. Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
John Walker Field, Jr.
Okay. Are you willing to bring the property into compliance within the next 56 days?
Yes.
Okay. After that, you'd face a $100 a day fine. So if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector, because you can request more time if, for example, you have a contractor that needs more time to finish the job. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Well, the other thing is also they went into bankruptcy, and both Georgia and here in Florida, and so it's just been a real chaos.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
You have a
56
good day,
days
ma'am.
or $100 a day thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 50, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25110135, case address 1733 Northwest 18th Street, owner 2771 LLC, posted at property 11426, posted at 1 East Broward 11626. I don't know. Are you the owner?
We're the owner trustees. Hi, good morning. We're the owner trustees.
Okay, let him present the case and then you can
Okay,
speak,
hi,
okay?
sir. We're new to this.
That's okay.
Good morning again, your Magistrate, Officer Xantis, on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25110135, property address 1733 Northwest 18th Street. This property was first inspected on November 7th, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A, there is yard debris on this property and its well, consisting of leaf, palm fronds. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 2312-0684. The case will be heard to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes to compliance. At this time, the violation is in compliance. Violation 24-27B is also in compliance. Violation 280C is also in compliance. Violation 280H1, the fence is also in compliance. Violation 9-304B is also in compliance. Violation 9-305A is also in compliance. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation per previous case CE 2312-0684, and such fines will begin immediately and case will be brought before the special magistrate whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior such as the fascias that have stained and missing peeling paint. This is a recurrent violation per case CE 2312-0684. The case will be presented before the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. Also, that violation is in compliance. Violation 9-308B is also in compliance. Violation 9-363 is also in compliance. Your Honor, due to the fact the violation 9-305B is a repeat violation, the property has been out of compliance for a total of 82 days, which brought it to a fine amount of $16,400, and the city is requesting for that fine to be imposed.
Oh my
And
All right, I'll talk.
that's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Joyce Meyer.
Okay. Now, let me explain to you where we are in this. It looks like everything's been complied, and that's a good thing. But some of these are recurring violations. And so for the recurring violation, they've asked me to enter a finding of fact that the violation exists. You will not be fined today, but if it happens again, you will be fined. The only one that is a repeat violation, which means at some point before we found it recurring, and now it's a repeat violation, they're asking me, and so you're supposed to get fined on that one. They're asking for $16,400. So
Can we talk about this?
you can certainly give me your side of it.
Okay. My brother passed away about a year ago. These are his properties.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. We had a property manager, and we also have a maintenance manager, Fred, right here, who now is in full charge of everything, and he's had several meetings with Mr. Bovary. We've hired a maintenance lawn upkeep, and we hired a contractor. We're under contract. They're getting city permits to renovate that whole house. Unfortunately, we had terrible tenants, and they had to be evicted last August. And so we're asking for some mercy for this because we're totally new to be put into being owners, landlords, but my sister and I are both trustee owners, and we have two other trustee owners, and we're doing our best to maintain these properties. We have several, and we want to comply with everything. I asked Fred, our maintenance supervisor, to come and speak. He has pictures. He's been in contact with Mr. Bovary several times. If we could get some mercy on that fine, I would really appreciate it.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor. No.
All right. How long have you been in charge of the property?
Just about 3 months. We had a property manager that left us in October, and I was not aware of the seriousness. In fact, I met Mohammed in November. We happened to be out there. My sister and I went to see the property, how badly it was destroyed. We were getting estimates on contractors, and Mr. Mohammed happened to show up that same day. And that was the first time I ever spoke to anyone with the city, and he said we need to be in compliance. So we started asking Fred to be our full-time. He worked for my brother for several years, but now he's our full-time maintenance manager that keeps up with all the properties. And he lives in the area, so he knows them personally. So it's really been just recent, and that's why I'm very responsible. We'll go forward keeping up with everything. I just appreciate some courtesy on the fines. I mean, we'll pay some fines, but I never thought it would be that much.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, you know.
I understand. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I'll reduce the fines to $1,640.
Thank you so much.
All right. And
Thank
this
you,
is
Honor.
because you were diligent in getting the rest of the property into compliance, and I feel like going forward, this is not going to happen again.
No, it won't.
Okay.
No.
All
Thank
right.
you. We'll
Thank
pay
you.
that today.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
All right.
Our next case, page 54, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2508-0007, case address 2521 Southwest 3rd Street, owner Patricia Pearsall, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-80007 for the property located at 2521 Southwest 3rd Street. The property was first inspected on August 1st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 18-4C complied. 9-278E complied. 9-280H complied. 9-280H1, the wood fence at this property is in disrepair. The fence has areas where the slats are broken and warped. 9-304B complied. 9-305A complied. 9-305B, there are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 56 days to come into compliance of section 9-280H1 and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter until compliance is met.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Patricia Smith Pearsall.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the rest of the property into compliance? Looks like you made a very good start, by the way, in 56 days, or face a fine of $50 a day.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 85, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25030097, case address 165 Vermont Avenue, owner Angeline John Baptiste. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,550 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This case was first heard on August 28, 25, and Special Magistrate Flynn granted 83 days extension to comply for violations of 9-305(b), or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. As a pre-hearing inspection dated January 28, 26, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting full imposition of fines and for them to continue to accrue until comply.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Angeline Marison Jean.
Okay, it looks like you have everything complied except for the landscaping. Why is that taking so long?
Actually, it was a misunderstanding. I didn't know she was talking about that because it's been like that since I bought the house in 2004. It's never been grass there at all. We usually use it for an extra parking space because I didn't know she was talking about that.
Okay, all right, now you know.
Now I do.
Okay, all right, I'll give you one more extension, 28 days, and suspend the fines during that time. Okay?
Okay, so I don't have any fine or?
Not today, but you will have to bring the property into compliance and then address the fines that have already accrued.
I don't understand.
Can you explain?
Yeah.
Okay. All
I'll
right.
tell you.
So how many days I have now?
28 days.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Bye.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Bovier-Xantis, case number CE 25090273, case address 1752 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Melanie Michelle Garcia, posted at property 11426, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good morning again, your magistrate. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25090273. Property address 1752 Lauderdale Manor Drive. This property was first inspected on September 12, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris growing on the fence on this property and all its walls. Violation 24-27B. There are waste containers left roadside overnight after collection days and not pulled back to an approved location. Violation 9-304B. The gravel driveway is worn through. Grass and weeds is growing through it. There is a vehicle park on the lawn grass area. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property. Violation 9-308B is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on January 14, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 22nd, 2026, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 15 days for violation 18-12A, 15 days for violation 24-27B, and those two violations will be at a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And for violation 9-304B, the city will be requesting 56 days or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And for violation 9-305B, the city will also be requesting 56 days for each day thereafter, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Melanie Garcia.
Ms. Garcia, are you in agreement with bringing the property into compliance within the time frame requested by the city?
Unfortunately, no, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm in agreement to bring the property into compliance, but I can't work on a time frame. In an attempt to clean up the property to meet the city's demands, I came into contact with something on the property, allergic reaction that's put me in the hospital 8 times this month, and in an urgent care 4 times, in addition to a hit and run where I was on a motorcycle and somebody hit me and they left. So I'm not in a good health state, much less mental state. Financially, I'm also drained as well. I have pictures of the property. When I first came to the property was completely destroyed. I've taken down approximately 4 trees. As you see in the front, there's those cement pillars. Each one is about 80 pounds. And I've removed them myself, and I've been working on the property within my means financially and health-wise, because apart from this current issue that I have with my health, I also have an extensive health issue with my back. I have had procedures done in my back, so there's only so much I can do. I am a single woman. I work 2 jobs. It's not that I don't want to be in compliance, it's that I'm working at my pace, what I can do.
Okay, all right. The picking up of the trash.
I have pictures of that as well. There is no trash on my property.
Okay. All right, so that's, all right, so if I grant the 15 days, that'll give him time to go out and re-inspect so that he can comply that violation.
The only garbage that's on my property are those cement pillars and cement, They were around the trees in my front yard that I've been working in. As you can see in one of the pictures, my door is wide open. I had the inspector come out to speak with him, and he can testify that I had a hospital bracelet. I had been hospitalized the night before, and the morning after I was sitting there working on my front yard.
Okay.
So.
Okay, all right.
Magistrate?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown, do you own 3 properties in Fort Lauderdale?
No, just one.
Just the one under the LLC?
I don't have I have an LLC, but it's an esthetician's business. It's
Okay. The city is not opposed to granting her additional time due to her personal circumstances.
Okay, all right. I have to put down some time. What if I do 91 days, and then if you want, at that time, you can come back. I can do an order to reappear so that you could give me a progress report.
Okay.
All right. But the trash and bringing the trash containers in, if you've done both of those, then I'm going to just do the 15 days on that so you can reinspect.
So the trash containers aren't roadside, but I do keep them there because, again, I have back issues. So when they get full, it's difficult for me to drag them all the way from the backyard to the front. As far as the gravel goes in the driveway, my intention is to gravel the whole entire property so that it's become
I'm sorry to
less
cut you
of
off, which is not allowed within the city. You cannot gravel the entire property.
the whole front yard.
No, you cannot.
Even with the permit?
Okay,
You cannot.
this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 15 days on the trash because you tell me it's already picked up. The waste containers, are they put back where they need to be now?
They're in the same place. They're in that picture.
Yeah, you can't keep.
Your Honor,
Would I be able to build like a fence around them like it says in the document?
All right, I'm going to give you 91 days to solve that problem as well, okay? So 15 days for the trash, just so he can comply it, and then 91 days for everything else. And I'll give you an order to reappear on my April 30th docket so you can give me a progress report, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, Your Honor, let me just add this for the record. The grass needs to be cut, the trash needs to be removed, as well as the leaves growing on the fence also needs to be removed within that 15 days period.
I have pictures that I complied
91
with
days. 91 days
Why
for the
don't you meet
remaining
with her?
violations.
Why don't you
Yeah,
meet
I
with
met
her
with
in the
her.
back and tell her what she's got to do in the next 15 days, and then the rest will be 91 days.
I understand what has to be done within the 15 days. The problem is that I've cut the grass. My neighbor, I have proof that I paid my neighbor to cut my grass, and he's stating that I haven't.
Okay, I'm going to let you talk to him because you just told me that you picked up the trash.
I did that myself, but I've also cut the grass. My neighbor has cut the grass, and I have.
Okay, so
I can get a statement from him as well.
within the next 15 days, he'll come out there and re-inspect and see that it's done, and then he can comply that.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 8, Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case number CE 25110136, case address 1719 Northwest 18th Street, owner Bernard Emmanuel Jackson and Christine Jackson, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good morning, Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Inspector, presenting case CE 25110136. Property address 1719 Northwest 18th Street. This property was inspected on September 11th, 2025 for the following violations. 1812A complied. Just want to put on the record, this is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 2103-0814. This case, we proceed to the special magistrate to obtain finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing. 47-19.1.b, there is a white tarp canopy frame erected on the northwest side of this RS8 zone property. No accessory use or structure may be located within the required yard unless permitted by the ULDR. 47-34.1.8.1, complied. Also, for the record, this is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 21030814. This case will proceed to the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not the violation complied prior to the hearing date. 9-280H1 complied. Also, this is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 21030814. This case will proceed to the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not violation is complied prior to the hearing. 9-305A complied. Also, this is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 21030814. This case will proceed to the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not the violation complied prior to the hearing date. 9-306 complied. Also, this is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 21030814. This case will proceed to the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not the violation complied prior to the hearing date. The notice of hearing was posted on January 3rd, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection on January 24th, 2026. We feel the violation stated is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
What was the time you gave me? I'm sorry.
28 days.
28 days?
50.
Okay. All right. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Bernard Jackson.
Okay. Looks like you've complied most of this. We just have that white tarp to deal with.
That white top, Your Honor, excuse me, that white top there, I have the white top there for a couple of years now, and I think some inspector bring up this case, but I have that white top, so sometimes our family come over, and instead of having them walking up and down inside my house, I have that top there, sometimes we hold little things there, so I keep the top. But plus, you know what I mean, I cannot work like before, Your Honor. I cannot work with other companies or nobody because I have a prostate issue on my hand, so I can't work. So to have the top there, sometimes they bring me a little work so they can make a living. You know what I mean? That's why I have the top there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And it's very important to me that I keep it.
With regard to the recurring violations that you've already complied, I'm not going to fine you today, but because of the recurring nature of the violations, if it happens again down the road, then you will be fined. The only thing that you have left to do is to remove that tarp.
Your Honor, please, I'm begging you, please, let her keep the tarp, please.
I don't have the authority to say you can keep the tarp. It's there in violation of the code, and I am here to enforce the code. So I can't make exceptions.
Who can, Your Honor? That's the main reason I can't able to pay my bills most of the time, Your Honor. I'm begging you, please. I cannot.
I don't have that kind of discretion to say you can violate the code.
I understand that, Your Honor, but you see, when I go to work, right, I have a prostate issue that I use the bathroom so far that they say, listen, I can't have you working here, you know, because you take too much time. And so the only thing to do that sometimes they bring a little work for me to do.
Do you need more time to remove that tarp? I'll give you 56 days instead of the 28 that the city has asked for. There's a finding of fact on all of the other recurring violations. So you have 56 days to remove the tarp or face a fine of $50 a day. Okay?
So,
all right, thank you.
That's hard and harsh, Your Honor. It's hard and harsh. So when I can't go to work now and get a little work, I cannot do nothing because I have the top sometimes to make a living, to pay my bills, to pay my mortgage, and to pay the. I can't. I'm stuck. I'm dead. I'm dead. It's no help.
Our next case, page 32. Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25080763, case address 900 Southwest 12th Street, owner Rio Nuevo A Condo Association, posted at property 1226, posted at 1 East Broward at 11626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 29, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-2.2.Q.3, there is a visibility obstruction for motorists of the side triangle at this corner residential RMM-25 zone property within the 25 feet permitted for the street's intersection and above the height of 2.5 feet permitted by the ULDR section 47-35.1, including but not limited to hedges, plants being 8 feet in height. This is creating a hazard to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. 9-306 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 24, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 47-2.2.Q.3 or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
What was the time you asked for?
15 days.
15 days. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor.
and good morning to the panel. My name is Jerry Loy, Jerryloy.
Okay.
I'm
Are
an
you
owner.
in
I'm sorry?
agreement? Let me pose a question to you,
Sure.
and then I'll let you say whatever you want. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 15 days requested by the city or face a fine of $100 a day?
I am, based upon my presentation today. I'd like to
Okay.
discuss that with you.
Okay.
May I proceed?
Yeah, but if you're in agreement with the 15 days, but you can tell me what you wish.
I'd like to oppose that, Your Honor,
Okay.
if possible. I'm an owner at Rio Nuevo Complex, and I'm here with respect to, as you stated, 4722Q3. My understanding of 4722Q3, it's a regulation which deals with visual obstructions at traffic intersections. The intent of the regulation seems to me to be best described with the following. A driver approaches an intersection. Let's assume there's a stop sign. The driver stops. The driver then needs to decide when to proceed through the intersection. Pretty obvious. That decision might require the driver to do a nudge forward if there's an obstruction at the 90 degrees. I mean, for instance, the driver's doing this in front of the car. I understand that. And as a matter of fact, that nudge forward, admittedly, is dangerous. I understand that, which is the subject of the statute. Now, if you take that same set of facts and you take it to an intersection that has a red light, you have a driver pulling up who stops. That driver does not have to make a decision as to when they go. They are told when to go by an electronic device. So this nudging that I'm discussing, this thing, doesn't have to take place under a traffic device. There's no nudging required.
Sir, have you never seen anyone run a red light?
Special Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, also this, one, the ordinance doesn't state, all of these additions that you're speaking of that would grant an exception to having an obstruction in a sight triangle. And additionally, there's also bicyclists, pedestrians, and other things. But the way the code reads is it was enforced correctly.
Well, the pedestrians have an electronic device, as you well know. They have a button and they have a... My point is you're not making decisions there that would require you to be obstructed by potentially an obstruction. What I'm saying is that's not an unsafe situation. As compared to the situation I just said when you have a four-way stop sign, you literally have to check traffic. I am saying that people that sit at red lights, underneath red lights at intersections, do not look left and right. When that light changes, their head is up, they're looking at the light. When that light changes, they go. So I don't understand how foliage could affect that safety.
Except on the state of Florida, you can make right turn when the light is red. Therefore, the side triangle must be enforced even if there is a traffic light. Because people who are turning right, they don't have to stop they can stop, but they can also proceed while the traffic light is on red.
This happens to be located at 9th and Davie. When you're on Davie turning right to 9th, you would be looking left for traffic. You don't need to look right because there's no one in that lane. That's, by the way, where the alleged obstruction is.
Special Magistrate, to your left, I'm sorry, to your left. I understand what the neighbor is saying. However, this is a matter of the code. We don't determine the code. The code is that if you're on the corner like you are right there, the hedges have to be a certain feet, or it's a violation of the safety side triangle. So that argument will have to be taken up with commission. It can't be taken up in this forum.
So the safety issue cannot be, Your Honor, the safety issue cannot be taken up at this forum?
There's no exception for corners with lights in the code, okay? So based on your argument, I find for the city, okay? 15 days is what they're asking me for. Are you in agreement with that 15 days, or do you need more time?
Well, Your Honor, this is a condo complex, and it has a parking lot which houses about 60 vehicles. So there would need to be time with respect to reassigning the vehicles that are going to be having to be moved with the 25-foot, 30-inch rule, which is, I believe, what we're talking about. So we would have to reconstruct the parking lot in terms of lining and things of that nature. So we would respectfully request much more time than 15 days if that's possible.
I'm confused. I thought this was about this hedge that's blocking the view.
Yes, behind the hedges, they have their parking lot.
Okay, so why is that does that come into play with obstructing vision?
The hedges only, not
Okay.
not the cars.
Okay, so what do they have to do to comply this case?
Just cut the hedges.
Cut the hedges
to 2.5 feet.
To 2.5 feet.
And 25 feet back, am I correct, from the intersection?
25 feet from each corner.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, to answer your question, Your Honor, we would need much more time than that because we have to now reconfigure that parking lot before we hire the cutting so that we have, I believe it's 4, if not 5 spots, which are going to have to move and be relined. So 15 days would be a bit of a burden on us. I understand I can't speak safety today, and I won't bother you with that, because if this is not the forum, I understand that. But can we have much more than 15 days? please?
Special Magistrate, I'm sorry. We're saying that he needs to cut the hedges down. Are we saying he needs to push the hedges back as well?
No, the hedges going to stay the way they are.
You just need to trim them down.
Okay.
I'm not understanding where the parking lot aspect is coming in. You just need to trim the hedges down. You don't have to move them.
You don't have to move the cars, you don't have to move the hedges, you just have to trim
You
them
just gotta trim 'em.
2.5 feet.
Do we have, Your Honor, do we have the option of not trimming or trimming the hedges and then running a diagonal fence that would comply with the 25-foot rule?
Special Magistrate.
The 25-foot rule is not in front of me. The violation is regarding the hedge. All I'm asking you to do within 15 days is to trim the hedge 2.5 feet. Can you do that for me?
I can. May I ask the court for some more time, please?
Special
we have to
Magistrate,
hire.
we can give him 28 days, and then we'll get up with him after this. We'll give you 28 days, and then the code officer will discuss with you after this.
All right, 28 days or $100 a day thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 39, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25100738, case address 991 Southwest 32nd Court, owner 991 Southwest LLC, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 23, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-19.1.d complied. 47-34.1.a.1 complied. 9-278E complied. 9-304B. There are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. The driveway is stained. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23110270. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23110270. 9-306 complied. 9-363 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 28, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact on violation 9-304B and 9-305B.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Yes. Good morning. Is it still morning? Good morning. Special Magistrate Thomas
Thanks
Kuhn.
for your patience.
Yes.
All of you.
That's what serves me right for getting here right at 9 o'clock. So here representing the property owner 991 Southwest LLC.
Okay, it appears the property's in compliance. The only thing the city's asking me for is a finding of fact because of the recurring nature of the violation. So that means your client would not be fined today, but if it happens again, then it'll be a repeat violation, and then they would be fined. So understanding that, you can...
Yeah, I understand, Magistrate, and I can't argue. To be honest with you, I don't know the history and any prior violations. I literally got called in on this a week ago, and things moved pretty quickly, and I've been working with Inspector Diam on this, and I think everything's moved along quickly. If there is going to be a finding of recurring violation, I would like to know if it's possible what that potential daily fine may be, because I want to put tenants on notice and try to kind of bring their attention to that, as well as the landlord, so everybody knows potentially what fire they're playing with, if you will.
Okay. You want to answer that? I mean, usually it's $50 a day or $100 a day, but
Yes,
it would depend on the circumstances at the time.
It averages between $50 up to $500 a day. It depends on the severity of the violation.
And if that were to be the case, I'd have the opportunity to come back in and have a discussion as far as potential mitigation, if that were. I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
You would be afforded a hearing, but as a repeat violation, the city would be entitled to fine them as of the first date of the violation.
When that violation occurs.
Yes.
Okay. And I already spoke with Inspector earlier about some potential workarounds, so I will relay that, and I thank you, and I thank the panel's time. All right.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 37, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25110344, case address 1488 Southwest 32nd Street, owner Sefferly Development LLC, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 13th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a repeat violation as per case CE 250303132, and as such, fines will begin immediately, and case will be brought before a magistrate whether or not the property has come into compliance. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on December 17, 2025. The property is in compliance. The number of inspections conducted where the property was in violation are 7 inspections. The city is requesting $100 per inspection conducted, totaling $700.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Lauren Frautet.
Okay, sir. City's asking me for $100 a day times 7 for the repeat violation. Any objection?
Yes. I've had some issues within the last year. I hired a landscaper, and I had him on a quarterly maintenance program to cut the grass. Landscaper lost. He's no longer in operation. Don't know why. I've had issues trying to find landscapers. Every time that I do get a citation, I comply. I was asked by the city of Fort Lauderdale to cut a tree that was on the swale. This property actually was owned by the city of Fort Lauderdale at one point, and I went ahead, I cut the tree down. Then they asked me that it wasn't enough to cut the tree. I needed to remove the stump, which I also did. I do not want this to continue. I don't want to come back here. I am willing to put a fence around it to secure the property, and it will give privacy, it will give security, and then this won't continue. I object to it because of the amount of taxes that I'm paying on the lot. I originally purchased this lot for myself to build a house. I'm not a developer. I have it as a development to be able to get a loan from a bank to build a single-family home for myself. So I'm asking for some leniency in this, because if it's $700, I am very tight right now, and I'm not going to be able to, build a fence if it's going to cost me $700. So I do ask that you give me 28 days. I'll put a fence there, and if the fence is not there, then by all means, I'll pay whatever fines you guys want me to pay.
I'll ask to see if they want to say anything else.
The city is requesting to impose the fines. This is a repeat violation.
Okay. Because of the repeat nature of the violation, I am going to impose the fines. I can't give you an extension because the property has already complied, so that's just the way it is.
But
thank you.
Why? I mean,
I'm not going to argue with you, sir. I've made my ruling.
You guys are lovely people.
Our next case, page 21, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2506-0530, case address 1209 Northwest 3rd Street, owner Maria de la Paz Gomez, posted at property 1926, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Senior Officer Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2506-0530 for the property located at 1209 Northwest 3rd Street. The property was first inspected and cited on September 25th, 2025 for the following violations. Violation 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. There is a wheeled structure parked or stored in the rear of this RC15 zone property, which is unpermitted land use per the ULDR. And violation 9-304B, there is a trailer parked on the grass lawn area. The property was last inspected on January 28th, 2026, and all of the violations remain in non-compliance. The city is requesting the following for violation 47-34.1.A.1 and 9-304B, 10 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter.
What was the first one? What did you say for the first one?
What do you mean the first one? The violation or the amount?
The amount.
$100 per day thereafter. For
So-
10 days compliance to remove it.
So both of them are 10 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Lars Jacobson.
Okay. Mr. Jacobson, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within 10 days as requested by the city, or a fine of $100 a day?
Preferably, I would ask for a little bit more time. This is a tiny house that I'm building for my mother-in-law. We did find a place to put it. There's no availability before April 1st is the first availability of the place that she wants to be. I know that it's been here, and I would like to remove it to finalize this agreement with you guys, with the city, to regain compliance. My mother-in-law is on a fixed income, so that's why I'm just building this for her. It's going to take a little longer because of that lack of income. And I just asked for that, and then I can remove it. In the 10 days, I would have to find a different place to move it to and pay out of my own pocket. I have a little baby, so preferably I would like to move it from my property to the location that it's being put. If I could have any extension that you could to possibly.
How much time did you say you need?
The place that I had found with availability on the 1st of April, that is a place that I can move it. I know for sure. If that's possibility, perfect. If not, I would, as much of an extension as you can of that nature, to find a place that I can move it directly to for her to not move it twice, essentially.
Okay. All right.
Special Magistrate, the issue that we're having here is this case has been open since September 25th with the same rebuttal from the owner, I'm building it for my mother-in-law, et cetera, et cetera. We've gotten several complaints, and we've been very lenient with the time span that has already elapsed. So the maximum time that we can allow is 28 days. That's about it.
Okay. I already wrote down 28 days, so that's what you got. All right. 28 days or $100 a
Thank
day
you.
thereafter.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
you.
Our next case, page 5, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25110071, case address 625 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner 1025 Park LLC, posted at property 123125, posted at 1 East Broward, 11625.
Officer Jean-Claude Noel with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 11/4/2025 for the following violations. Violation 24-29A. There is trash scattered about This dumpster area, the dumpster is frequently overflowing with the lids open. This is a reoccurring violation. Previous case number is CE 241-20537. Violation 47-20.13.B.1c. The gravel on the public right-of-way swale adjacent to the property is in disrepair. There is grass and weeds growing through the gravel. There are areas that the gravel is missing on the public right-of-way. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 28, 2026, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting 56 days to comply with violation 47-20.13.B1.c, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 24-29A. That violation is complied. That's why we're looking for a finding of fact.
Okay, please state your name, sir, for the record.
My name is Arthur Polio. I'm a managing member for the corporation.
Okay. All right, so are you in agreement to fix the gravel situation within 56 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Magistrate, first I have to tell you, whenever I come to this podium, it's easy to jump right into business, but people forget to thank you for being volunteers and doing all this hard work.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, the 56 days would be sufficient. I'm working with Crystal from the mayor and assistant manager's office. I try to be a very good citizen. We replaced the gravel from half the street, and we did something special. We dug it out 6 inches deep. We blocked off the street with cones for a week. Dug it up like a big brownie pan, hauled off the old material and replaced it with what's called 5/8 stone. It's drainage rock, so we made a giant drain field of that city area. So can I walk up and hand you the pictures I want you to see?
Well, if you're in agreement with the 56 days to bring it into compliance, I really don't need to see them.
Okay. What we've asked the city manager, they destroyed the property. When they put new water lines, new sewer lines, new gas lines in, and parked heavy equipment all over the driveway, all over the property, if they would have asked me, I would have said yes, but still, they drilled under the road and left me dirt, on white sand on top of everything. So I reached out with the assistance of Mr. Knoll we reached out to Public Works a little time ago, and they looked at it, said, let's go look at it. And they said, yes, it's our problem. And they threw a couple of wheelbarrows of rock on site. So I'm working with the city manager's office because I want them to put it back the way it cost me $15,000. 10 tandem loads of rock. That's tandem loads a double dump truck. 10 tandem loads of rock and replaced the whole street. And then they came in and tore it all up. So I've got heavy equipment, metal protruding out of the ground. You can see from there. Just for weeks. New fire hydrants. It's nice that there's a fire hydrant on the property, but our building's tight.
What is his recourse if the city created the problem here?
Your Magistrate, good morning. Supervisor Kaloyan. So if the city, takes care of it, or he does, we're allowing 56 days with no fine. So we want, that's between him and the city. If the violation exists, we're asking for the 56 days.
Okay. So you'll have 56 days to resolve this issue with the city.
Yes, let me see if I can negotiate.
Yeah, because I can't rule on that.
If they come back and says yes, we're going to do it, then I can get an update with the officer and we can proceed from there. So.
Okay. If you run into a problem, you can always request an extension, but you have to keep in touch with the inspector. Now, with regard to the recurring violation of the dumpster, I'm entering a finding.
I'd like to speak to that for a moment. I perform a valuable service for the city. That dumpster I've been managing since 1998. Once a week pickup was adequate, but because we get illegal dumps all the time. We tried locking it, give everybody a key. They get really mad, then they just leave it right on the ground, whatever they're going to throw away. And then now I really am in the sanitation business because now I got to put it in there. So that particular picture was a little exception. If you look at it, someone dropped a giant dresser desk off in an appliance. And when I opened the desk, there was some mail in there. It was right up the street. I went up the street. The house was for sale. I called the realtor. Did you just have a tenant vacate because they dropped off all their stuff at our dumpster and overflowed it? She goes, well, we did have a tenant move out, but she denied any culpability to it at all. So I had the address and I sent it to Officer Knoll. He responded to that. So it was if I get a notice of a violation, I have 10 staff. I either call Panzerella Waste and they pick it up. But if I get dispatch, if I get them by 10, they get it the 2 days later. Or I'll send one of my guys over with a truck. So in that case, it was too late for the pickup for the vendor. Now Noel has given me a number for the city where they might pick up an illegal dump. So I perform. I'm keeping the block clean. There's one other dumpster way at the end of the street. It's tucked behind the building. They must roll it out, but you can't really see it from the street. So I'm the closest dumpster, and so I'm a detective. I go and I pull the backs with the ads, and I see them around the neighborhood. So I'm keeping the neighborhood clean. This is not me that does this. I never would let my dumpster like that. So we work together, and he knows it. Officer knows it. So we respond, and that's how we take care of it. So, but trash is big business. I used to value I'm a realtor 45 years. Past president of the board of realtors. Past realtor of the year. I've sold over 750 houses in Broward. I know how this works. I used to value my life with how many garage doors do I have? Now I think of how many dumpsters do I have? I have like 8 dumpsters I have to watch. It's a job.
Yeah.
So I'm working with you on this. So you may see me back again, but hope not, because we respond on right away. So I sent him some pictures where that one, we'll go there with a sledgehammer and bust it up and haul it away. So that's what we have to do.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service, all of you.
My pleasure.
Can you tell me what happened to global warming? Thank you very much.
Climate change, not global warming.
Our next case, page 79, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2506-0333, case address 1001 Southwest 31st Street, owner Molly Khan Investments LLC, Santana Property Investment Corp. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $7,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good afternoon, Magistrate Flynn.
Good afternoon. Just let him present, and then you can introduce yourself and tell me what you want to tell me.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on August 28, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 83 days extension to comply for violation 9-306, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 28, 2026, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting for full impositions of fines and for fines to continue to accrue.
Okay, now you can state your name for the record.
Yes, this is Michael Malley, the owner of Malley Khan Investments. Good afternoon, Magistrate Flynn. I have here one of my permit runners from CROA Permits, Candy Rojas.
Okay.
So she's more abreast of the situation at hand. We're currently renovating the property, and we purchased it to sell it in the resale market.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Candida Rojas from CROA Permits and Consulting.
Okay, and what's the status of the permits on this?
Right now, the status of the permit, we pulled the master permit and the MEP roof permit and everything, and the roof permit is already compliant, and the house right now is under construction inspection process. We comply with a couple of the inspection for the master permit.
How much time do you think you need?
I would say a couple of months to complete the inspections and everything.
Okay.
You think that will be enough?
91 days should be enough.
That will be perfect. So we can finish the final inspection.
All right, 91 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that
time.
time.
To be done means like complete inspection and close all the permits, correct?
Yeah.
Well, no, not exactly. So for this violation, it's just the exterior walls. So once those have been painted, basically, this case will be closed. It doesn't really, I know it relates to the construction because you're not going to paint the exterior walls until you do the roof, but you don't have to have final inspections to paint the walls, the exterior walls.
Okay, yes, because I was talking with Mohammed, and yes, they're willing to paint, but it's process of the construction that we have little time to complete everything.
Okay.
And I have a question. I know there is accurate fines for this violation. There's any way that we can
I'm
get
not going to
hold?
address them until the property's in compliance. That's my way of getting you to stay on the job.
Okay.
All right, so you'll have to come back at another time to address the fines.
Okay. Thank you so
All
much.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 40, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 251000790, case address 1780 Southwest 30th Place, owner Bridget Fox and John Fitzgerald Bonnaby, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 25th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there is outdoor storage of tools, trailers, boats, and miscellaneous items at this property that is creating public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent property. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2308-0324. 18-12A, there is a trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23080324. 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained as required. The asphalt is worn out, cracked, and faded. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23080325. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23080324. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 24, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting finding of fact on 18-12A and 28 days to comply for violation 18-1 and 11 days to comply for violation and 119 days to comply for violations 9-304B and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, I missed something there. The first violation, 18-1, is 28 days. Did you say a fine? I didn't hear a fine.
Or fine $50.
Okay. And then 304B and 305B?
119 days.
119 days or $50 a day thereafter. Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Bridget Fox.
Okay, Ms. Fox, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time requested by the city?
No, I'd like to have extended time.
Can you speak into the microphone? I can't hear you.
Extended time for the first part, and I'd like to have a question answered if possible.
Sure.
We've spoken to a previous inspector, and we were told that we could put in rocks in place. We have a yard that has issues that other yards don't have. We are 6 feet below sea level. We're at the end of a cul-de-sac, and we have a decline coming into our yard. Any rainy day that happens, every leaf in the neighborhood is in my yard. Also, we have sodded out, seeded, and we have also tried to comply with keeping the grass up. Because of the decline, the grass leaks onto the front part of our yard, creating a pooling, and we'd like to put rocks there instead of the grass. We've had this issue a few times because each time there's a rainy season, we have a continuation of the same thing because of the decline. We consulted with an engineer, and he said that should we raise the yard, things would go into the house, i.e. the situation with the flooding that we experienced before. When they had that particular flood, we had up to 4 feet of water in our home. We are in a situation that can't really be fixed without us having a drainage pool. The drainage pool, as noted in some of the pictures here, is a creative drainage pool because our neighbors are using multiple things, almost as if you're creating a dam in your yard. So you have to line up rocks, you have to line up sod, and have things in alternating patterns. We were told by this inspector that's not something we can do because of the multiplicity of the type of things needed to make that happen. We'd need to use 3 or 4 different things to make it happen. Like I said, we have a particular situation because we cannot fix the yard itself. You can show the pictures.
Special
We went
Magistrate.
around- Yes.
No, you can continue. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry.
Excuse. We went around the neighborhood and we looked at some of the other creative means that people with similar situations have. They're not even as deep a decline as we are, but they're able to use asphalt, rocks, and also sodding, as well as trees that use water to help with the situation. We need clemency on this because this situation isn't something that can be fixed very, very quickly. Also, we use the landscaper to come and treat the grass in addition to sodding it, and the same thing happened again. As for the asphalt, same situation. We have water leaking all the time in the same area and pooling. I'd like to know what we can do about it. If this is something that you guys see, we don't really know. But we can blacktop, we can do something like that just for aesthetics, but we still have the same issue continuing unless we can use these multiplicities.
Okay, did you want to show me some pictures?
We were showing where the water always piles up right there,
Mhm.
at the bottom of the edge right there.
Mhm.
So what we want, we were.
It leaches the soil each time.
The rocks that they use for coming to this way we can have it right there. And we had originally last time.
Are you talking like a French drain situation, or? Okay.
So
It's almost like creating barriers.
They told us we could do some rocks. The last time this happened, we picked out some rocks, but they were very expensive, like $300 a load, and they weren't the type of rocks that would really absorb.
They still didn't stay.
They didn't work, so somebody told us that if we put the bigger rocks like what they use for plumbing, it would be better. So before doing that, I had asked the inspector to look at it
Okay,
before.
you can go back now.
You know, before,
In addition to the other complaint, we are in the process of trying to sell some of our boats and whatnot. We had a hardship and we lost vehicles in the flood. He's had a cardiac issue, so for a minute things were on hold. But currently we're trying to get stuff sold, as suggested by the inspector, to see if we could at least get some of our assets out of the way. We were able to pay boat fees prior to this. We can't do that now. We have medical bills to pay.
Why can't
because
you
of
do that now?
We have medical bills to pay. My husband has a cardiac issue, and I have paperwork here to prove that if you need to see those things. But you can see that it is in an orderly fashion as much as possible at the end of the property.
All right. All right, anything else from the city?
Special Magistrate.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brown. So we were made aware of your concerns and the obstacles that you are facing into coming into compliance. And while you cannot gravel the entire property, obviously there are solutions that, maybe you're not aware of yet that landscaping and zoning can work with you on. So whatever you do is in compliance. We don't want you to inadvertently create another violation by trying to advert flooding your yard. Yes, we understand. So that's why we offered 119 days for both of those violations. We're not opposed to 147 days, given the other items that, you spoke about. We understand, but I strongly recommend staying in contact with the inspector. He's very knowledgeable, and then he can share information of other people in the city who can help guide you to the right path of compliance, which will be a permanent solution, not something temporary like you've dealt with before.
What about the outdoor storage?
there's nothing out there right now.
This is.
Can we do 56 days? I mean, it's.
Yeah, we're not opposed to the 56 days.
All right. So The outdoor storage will do 56 days. For the trash, rubbish, and debris, I'll enter a finding of fact. And for the remaining 2, I'll give you 147 days to work with landscape and try to figure out a solution to the problem. You must keep in touch with the inspector. If you end up having to pull permits, if you need more time, you need to keep in touch with the inspector. And if you have questions on who to see and where they are located or whatever, I'm sure supervisor will be able to help you with that, okay?
This was a part of the query. The inspector is the person that told us we can't use the different materials. And it's something that's a need.
So while he wasn't incorrect, because sometimes people ask, oh, can I gravel this? And you can gravel a little bit, but there's, regulations on that. That's why we want to give you extra time so you can speak to the appropriate departments to make sure what you're doing is in compliance. You can put gravel down, but there's a limitation to that.
Yeah. He told us it should be 10%.
That's correct.
And as you can see, it would be more than 10% because the decline comes towards the gate and pools.
I understand what you're saying, and we want to help you come to a resolution, which is why we gave the amount of time that we gave.
Thank you.
Okay. So that area that we cleared out, we dug it out thinking that we were going to be able to get the okay to put the stuff there, you know what I'm saying? And that area was weeded out and everything in preparation.
I don't know how you're going to solve the problem. You're going to have to reach out to the city and see what your options are. Maybe talk to a landscaper, and see what your possibilities are. I'm not familiar enough with landscaping with your situation to tell you how to comply it. I don't know. Maybe there's French drain that can be put in. I don't know. But you have 147 days to figure it out. And if you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
What is the other 58 days for? What is that?
The outdoor
To
storage.
bring the property into compliance.
With the outdoor storage.
Oh, the 56 days is for the outdoor storage.
We don't have any, I don't know if,
He'll come
this
back.
picture was taken.
All right.
Yes, you have multiple derelict vehicles, trailers, boats that is not in use, jet skis. These are not in use. It's derelict. You would need to proper store it somewhere else.
The truck we sold, the boat is that's operatable, but I was more concerned about just trying to get in better health than.
And also you have a lot of tools spread out on the.
Look, I understand your health problems, and we're trying to work with you. If you have questions on what has to be removed, the inspector can speak to you after the hearing, okay? But you have 56 days to figure that out, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, also page 40, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25090177, case address 939 Northwest 12th Street, owner SYL Enterprises LLC, posted at property 11426, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, your Magistrate, Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25090177. Property address 939 Northwest 12th Street. This property was first inspected on October 10, 2025, and the following violation was observed. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. This is a recurrent violation per previous case number CE 2506. 0766. It will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not it comes to compliance. At this time, property is in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact that the violation did exist.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Luigino Bosco, owner of SYL Enterprises.
Okay. Apparently the property is in compliance, but because this is a recurring violation, I'm going to enter a finding of fact that the violation existed. You will not be fined today, but if it happens again, you will be fined.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 41. Inspector Boveri-Xantis, case number CE 25040124, case address 1301 Northwest 10th Place, owner Smith Median, personal service on 11426, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Again, good afternoon, Your Magistrate. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25040124. Property address 1301 Northwest 10th Place. This property was first inspected on April 4th, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-304B. There was a vehicle parked on the long grass area. The gravel and apron driveway are in disrepair. The gravel is worn through and grass and weed is going through it. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include the soil area. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-308B is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property in January 14, 2026. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 23, 2026, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 56 days for compliance for all 3 violations, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Morning, Smith Median.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property in compliance within 56 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Can I have more days, like 91 days? Please.
I can give 91 days on the building walls because that might take a little more time. But the vehicle and the landscaping, 56 days should be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Magistrate.
What? 50.
Our next case, page 71, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 2510-0484, case address 2518 Well Harbor Lane, owner Oz Heron, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25100484 for property located at 2518 Well Harbor Lane. This is a repeat violation case from case CE 25040042. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 5/29/2025, case CE 25040042 was presented to Special Magistrate Flynn that this property was operating as a vacation rental without a certificate from the city. An order of 15 days to comply or $500 per day thereafter per violation be imposed if not complied. The violation failed to come into compliance within the 15 days, but did come into compliance on 7/23/2025. And at the 8/28/2025 Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn imposed a fine in the amount of $1,800. On 10/3/2025, lien number 120466269 was recorded against the property. On 10/16/2025, the property was found again operating as a vacation rental without a certificate under this case CE 251000484. The property came into compliance again on 11/15/2025. While the property was out of compliance, re-inspections were conducted on the following days, showing that a violation did exist. Those dates are 10/16/2025, 10/17/2025, and 10/18/2025 for a total of 3 days. For this case, the city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $1,500.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Eva Guzman. I'm on behalf of the owner.
Okay. It's a repeat violation. I think I warned you last time that if it happened again.
Right, yeah. So we don't have any short-term rental. We don't have anything up as of we found out. Initially, we blocked the dates in order to get all the inspections done, but then the building violation came and we took everything down. Now, actually, the owner is moving in and we're not doing any short-term rentals there. He has friends and family staying there, but we don't have any short-term there because we're doing the building violation right now.
This is for October 16th, 17th, and 18th.
We took the Airbnb down. So I'm not really.
Did you take it down, or did you just pause it, or just?
We initially blocked the dates, but then we found out that that's not sufficient, and then we took it down. So it's not up as of last year, I believe. So I don't really know. We're not planning to do any vacation rental there, or the owner is moving in.
Okay.
Because we're finalizing right now the building violations.
All right, I assume
And
it
is a financial, I'm sorry, it's just the financial hardship. He got the property last year. We didn't know all the violations are from the previous owner, and it's a lot, getting everything up to code.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, nothing else, Your Honor.
On the 16th, 17th, and 18th, was this posted for
Yes,
rent?
it was in violation at that time, and after that, they took the ads down completely.
Okay. All right. I'm going to impose the fine, $1,500. Thank you.
Is there an opportunity for a payment plan?
I'll let you talk to who talks to. Talk to them back there.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Our next case, page 89, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 250706666, case address 1309 Guava Isle, owner Ezra Obed. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 129/26. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 130/26, and this is in order to reappear.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The case was first heard on November 6, 2025 by Special Magistrate duty. The magistrate granted 84 days extension to comply for violations 8-148A and 9-280H, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 15, 2026, and the property remains in violation. This is a mandatory reappearance.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Ezra Obed.
Okay. It looks like you've complied everything but the accessory structure and the boat that's moored there. What is the status?
Okay, the boat is 99% completed. also the only.
What do you mean 99% completed?
Because I have an issue. The area infested with iguana. Every time I clean the boat, they come back again, even in the cold water. In the cold weather, they live there. I chase them, they live there. So I cleaned it. I pressure wash it, it looks good. The thing is I have to repeat it every week. Now, I ran into unexpected delay, emergency issues with family. I don't want to elaborate it about that. My wife just passed away from unexpected cancer that
I'm
developed.
sorry to hear that.
Just in the past 15 days, and I couldn't do anything. Now I cannot do any work for the entire week because rules and regulation according to the tradition. Now, all I need is to complete is 25 feet of a pool deck.
How much time do you think you need, sir?
All I need is as much as, I mean, I can complete it if you can give me as much as you can time. I will complete the whole thing in.
Is 28 days sufficient?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we already did the roof. I did like 50% of the pool deck.
Okay.
It's pressure washer, and I cannot run the machine more than 3 hours a day. The reason why it burns.
Okay.
So 3 hours,
Okay.
and I will do it. I complete it. It's not that much. I mean, Muhammad knows.
All right. 28 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time. I'm sorry for your loss.
Since the end of December, this is 30 days, everything hit me out of the nowhere by surprise.
I get that. Okay.
By
All right.
surprise, and I got stuck in a chokehold, no way out.
Okay, I understand. If you run into a problem, make sure you keep in touch with the inspector.
Magistrate, for the record, the boat is still in violation, it's still unsightly.
Yeah. Yes, I know. He's
It's
got
clean.
28 days to
The boat, as of right now,
Okay,
it's in
you can meet
violation.
with the inspector in the back, and he'll tell you exactly what's wrong with the boat, what you got to fix on it, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so as of right now, I will not have any fine today? There is no fine?
No fines
fine.
yet, but get it all done within the next 28 days, and
Yes.
you're home free, okay?
I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 78, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24120315, case address 708 East Broward Boulevard, owner Lauderdale City Center Association. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $5,100 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon, Inspector Jean-Claude Noel with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. The city is requesting, all violations have been complied. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines. This case was non-compliant for 51 days with a fee of $100 per day for a total of $5,100. And the city is requesting full imposition.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Ron Feldman.
Okay, Mr. Feldman, what do you want to tell me in mitigation of the fines?
This violation occurred because we unknowingly put a storage container. We had a couple of issues there. It's a large property. We have a 100-car parking lot, well screened from any visibility, and it's an old office building. I didn't realize we couldn't put a storage container, shipping container, on the site. So that was one of the violations, was the shipping container, which we removed. I'm a little disappointed we don't use all those 100 spaces, and we pay $150,000 in real estate taxes, and no one could see the container, but I guess the law doesn't allow it. And the other was a trash receptacle, which we had moved. Again, the building's been there for 50 years or 60 years, and there was a complaint about where it was moved, and so we removed it, and Jean-Claude helped us a lot, but it took us some time just to get it together and comply. We had to empty the container. We had a lot of stuff in it for the building, and so it just took us some time to get it done.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
We could give we're okay with the city if we give them the administrative fees, which is $9.94.
Okay. All right, that was going to be my question. What are our costs? All right, so I'm going to waive the fees and impose administrative cost of $994.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 25080688, case address 2731 Northwest 16th Court, owner Etienne Demanchi, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into records. An inspection report was posted at the property on 8/25/25. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on 1/8/26. The property was inspected and the following violations were observed. 18-4C has complied. There were derelict vehicles on the property. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24060117. 9-305B has complied. The landscape on the property wasn't well maintained. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24060117. Violation BCZ-39-2756B has complied. There were illegal land use at the property. There were items being stored outside. This is a reoccurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24060117. 9-304B has complied. There were vehicles parked on the grass. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24060117. As of pre-hearing inspection, the property is in compliance. We're looking for finding of fact for violation 18-4C, 9-305B, BCC-39-2756B, and 304B.
Okay, do we have pictures?
I'm sorry? I put them in there. The whole case is compliant. I put them in there. I'm not sure why they're not in there.
Do you swear to truthfully translate from Creole to English, English to Creole? Thank you.
Where's the pictures?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My honor, and my name is Etienne Dimanche.
Okay. Pictures? Okay.
Can you explain the violations to him while we're waiting for the picture?
Morning, Magistrate. I'll be translating from English to Creole. Ça, juge là dit là, c'est que li dit comme ça que toute violation que ou gagne yo tout ou accompli toute violation yo, OK? So ça veut dire que si violation ça réapparaît encore dans le futur, so il a pas obligé charger pour si il réapparaît dans le futur. Mais pour le moment, il pas charger rien parce que toute violation ou remplit toute violation. Okay, so c'est ça juge lundi. So I just explained to him that all violations are in compliance, but the case is a recurring violation, recurring case, and if they reappear in the future, then he will be fined automatically.
Yeah, but I can't find a recurring violation until I see some pictures.
Sorry, Magistrate, so just bear with me because there's quite a few. Let me know
I think I've seen everything but the outdoor storage. No worries. Okay. All right. He understands that there's no fines today, but if it happens again, he's going to be fined.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You were over there.
You tell him that's it? Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Who's this guy?
that last case is yours. Mm-hmm. Our next case, page 46, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2506-0737, case address 1536 Northwest 12th Terrace, owner Timothy T. White, posted at property 11426, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Hello.
Morning. Or afternoon.
Good afternoon, your Magistrate Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2506-0737, property address 1536 Northwest 12th Terrace. This property was first inspected on July 9th, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation -25.5 is complied. Violation 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. There is outdoor storage, including but not limited to a huge pile of trash, and items covered with tarp stored on the property. This is not permitted. This is not permitted per ULDR of this RS8 zone, single-family residence. Okay.
No pictures? There we go. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
All right. We're going to continue with the case.
Yes.
Violation 47-34.1.4.8.1. There's a trailer attached on a vehicle parked on the right of way. And also violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-308B is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on January 14, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted in June 23rd, 2026, January 23rd, 2026, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 15 days for violation 47-34.1.8.1 or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And for violation 47-34.4.8.1, the city is also requesting 15 days or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And for violation 9-306, the city will be requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay, please.
I'm good with that. I finished 4 of them.
Okay, just state your name for the record, please. Okay, all right. So you're okay with 15 days on clearing up the outdoor storage and the trailer, and 28 days to deal with the maintenance of the building? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your cooperation, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to take a recess now. I
Yes, we'll
think.
take a 15-minute recess. Our first case, page 2, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25110279. This case is being rescheduled. Our next case, page 4, Inspector Elena Mesa, Vanessa Willis, presenting case number CE 25090659, case address 4521 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Coral Ridge Landings Condo Association, Inc., posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good afternoon. Code Officer Vanessa Willis, case number and address as read. An inspection of the property was conducted on September 25th, 2025, with violations cited as follows. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this property. There are items being stored outdoors, including but not limited to furniture on the property along the rear alley. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 20th, and violation 47-34.1.A.1 was not in compliance. We're asking for compliance within 10 days or a fine of $200 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25120122, case address 623 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner 6 West Apartments, LLC, posted at property 11226, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Name, case, and address as read. This property was first inspected on 12/8/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 1812A, complied. There is overgrowth, trash throughout the property, including but not limited to the swell. Also, there's trash in front of the rear backyard of apartment 3. Also, there's overgrowth growing between the fence. This violation is complied. However, it's a reoccurring violations per case CE 240-90684. Violation 9, TAC 280B, complied. Violation 9, TAC 280H1, complied. Violation 9, TAC 305B, complied. The property was posted on 1/12/2026. As of today's date, all violations have been brought into compliance. The city is only requesting a finding of fact for violation 18, TAC 12A.
So ordered.
Next case, page 5, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25030495, case address 1451 North Federal Highway, owner BH Plaza Del Mar LLC, personal service on 12/22/25, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Jean.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. The property was first inspected on 3/22/2025, and for the following violations. Violation 17-7.3, there is noise ongoing related to sanitation occurring outside of the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Daily Republic Services was observed conducting trash collection approximately 3:40 a.m. on 3/22/2025. This is a reoccurring violation per case CE 250-90615. Violation 17-7.3 is complied. The city is requesting a finding of fact for this violation.
So ordered.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 25100652, case address 2060 Northwest 30th Terrace, owner Richard and Melanie White, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is run into the record. The property was inspected on 10/21 and the following violations were observed. 18-12A has complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the lawn area. The driveway is in disrepair. The driveway has cracks and potholes and needs to be resurfaced. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. An inspection report was posted on 10/21/20 10/21/25. A notice of hearing was posted on 1/8/26. As of pre-hearing inspection on 1/28/26, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 thereafter for violations 9304B and 9305B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 25100743, case address 2373 Northwest 19th Street, owner Inspire Evolution Investments LLC, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. The property was inspected on 10/23/25, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B has complied. The landscape on the property was not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. This is a reoccurring violation. Refer to case number CE 25040531. 15-28 has complied. An inspection report was posted on 10/23/25. A notice of hearing was posted on 1/8/25. As of pre-hearing inspection on 1/26, the violations have complied as depicted in the photos. The city is seeking finding of fact for violation 305B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 7, Inspector Bovig Xantis, case number CE 25090178, case address 937 Northwest 11th Place, owner Juan Ortiz, posted at property 11426, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
It is 7937 Northwest 11th Place.
Good afternoon, your Magistrate, Officer Xantis, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2509-0178, property address 937 Northwest 11th Place. The property was first inspected on September 10, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. Violation 24-27B, there are waste containers left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to an approved location. Violation 9-304B, the cement driveway is not well maintained. There are cracks, holes on the driveway. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include the swell area. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts include fascia boards and awnings are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Notice of hearing was posted on the property in January 14, 2026. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 21, 2026, revealed as depicted in photos. The city is requesting 15 days with a fine of $50 for violation 18-12A for each day thereafter, and 15 days for violation 24-27B with a fine of $50 for each day thereafter, and 56 days for all remaining violations with a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case, page 9, Inspector Bernstein Sainberg, case number CE 25110148, case address 1542 Northwest 17th Street, owner Best Quad Inc., posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Bernstein Sandberg, Senior Inspector for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and property address as read. This property was inspected on September 11th, 2025 for the following violations. 9304B, there are areas of the asphalt driveway that have holes, cracks. This is a recurrent violation referred to case CE 23020058. This case will proceed to the Special Magistrate to obtain a finding of fact, whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing. The notice of hearing was posted on January 3rd, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection on January 23rd revealed The following violation is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day.
So ordered.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25110353, case address 610 Southwest 19th Street, owner Jean M. Bartel, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. I inspected this property on November 14th, 2025, and cited for the following violations. 18-12A is complied. 9-304B, the driveway is in disrepair. It is missing gravel or asphalt. An inspection report was posted on the property on November 14th, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner. Re-inspected December 15th, 2025, posted January 7th, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 22nd, 2026, and found that the violation remains. The city is requesting 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 11, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25110517, case address 1207 Southeast 17th Street, owner WD Cordova LLC, posted at property 1626, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. I inspected this property on November 18th, 2025, and cited for the following violation. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, debris, and shopping carts on the property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation, CKCE 25070178, and will be presented to the magistrate for a finding of fact whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. Inspection report was posted on the property on November 18th, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected December 4th, 2025, posted January 6th, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 22nd, 2026, and found that the violation is complied. The city is requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25120262, case address 1625 Cordova Road, owner WD Cordova LLC, posted at property 1626, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. I inspected this property on December 9th, 2025, and cited for the following violation. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is also a recurring violation, CKCE 240300762, and it will be presented to the magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. Inspection report was posted on the property on November 13th, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner, listed on BCPA. Re-inspected December 17th, 2025, posted January 6th, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 22nd, 2026, and found that the violation is complied. The city is requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25040348, case address 538 Northwest 8th Avenue, owner Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency, posted at property 123025, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on April 11th and given time to correct for the following violations. 1812A is complied, 184C is complied, 9-305B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover throughout the property. The city is requesting compliance within 56 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25100007, case address 645 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Hospitality Estate LLC, posted at property 11226, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on October 2nd and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside, non-covered electrical meter box, and the smoke detector inside Unit 3. The smoke detector is missing. New electric panel in Unit 3 and all exterior electric boxes. 9-280H1 is complied. 9-304B, the parking facilities are not maintained or well graded. Parking surfaces are faded and discolored. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $250 per day thereafter for violation 9-280G, and 56 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for violation 9-304B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25100473, case address 5340 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner A&H Real Estate Group LLC, posted at property 1626, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on October 17th and given time to correct for the following violations. 15-28, there are businesses operating at this location without a current business tax receipt. These are out-of-time towing and recovery, DBA Executive Towing and Recovery, RPC Auto LLC, and Gold Coast Auto Sales Incorporated. 18-12A is complied. 26-8A5 is complied. 47-22.9, signs have been erected on this I-zoned industrial property without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. All signs are required to have a permit before being placed on the property. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, especially in the parking area. The city is requesting compliance within 28 days for violations 15-28 and 47-22.9, and 56 days for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25100832, case address 914 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner J.N. & Sons Realty, LLC, posted at property 1626, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on October 28th and given time to correct for the following violations. 15-28 is complied. 47-22.3.U.1 is complied. 47-22.9, signs have been erected without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale at the Insurance Office, Unit 922, Barbershop 926, Scooter Store 928, and the Smoke Shop 930. There are multiple signs on the building and in the windows, including neon signs, for which permits have not been obtained. The city is requesting compliance within 56 days or a fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25080378, case address 518 Northwest 13th Avenue, owner Terra Nova Investment, North America LLC, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Senior Officer Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected and cited on August 14th, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell, including but not limited to black trash bags, construction and yard debris, and clothing. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to windows, doorways, and access points. Violation 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are pieces of the chain link fence missing. The fence is leaning, unsupported, missing posts, and in disrepair. Violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The property was last inspected on January 23rd, 2026, and all of the violations remain in non-compliance. The city is requesting the following: 18-12A, 10 days to comply, or $200 per day thereafter. 9-280B, 10 days to comply, or $200 per day thereafter. 9-280H1, 28 days to comply, or $200 per day thereafter. And 9-305B, 28 days to comply, or $200 per day thereafter.
Okay, so the first two, 18-12A is 10 days.
Yes.
20
And 9-280B is 10 days as well.
10 days, and the
Yes.
other two are 28.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25070885, case address 401 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Tommy Lee Bolden, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Senior Officer Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. The property was first inspected and cited on August 2nd, 2025 for the following violations. Violation 47-19 1D, complied. Violation 9-280H1, complied. However, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is in disrepair, dirty, and discolored. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22060286. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-304B, complied. 9-305B, complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including but not limited to the swell area surrounding the property. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22060286. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-306, complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22060286. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. The property was last inspected on January 23rd, 2026, and all violations are in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for the following violations, which are recurring violations: 9-280H1, 9-305B, and 9-306.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25080451, case address 436 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner STS Group USA, Inc., posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Senior Officer Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case and address as read. The property was first inspected and cited on August 21st, 2025 for the following violations: 47-19 4D8, complied. Violation 47-2020H, complied. Violation 9-280C, there are items including but not limited to buckets and chairs placed on the walkways and porch areas. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. Violation 9-363, complied. The property was last inspected on January 23rd, 2026, and all of the violations remain, I'm sorry, not all of them. So 9-280C and 9-305B and 9-306 were in non-compliance. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter for 9-280C, 28 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter for 9-305B and 9-306.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25020414, case address 1434 Northwest 5th Street, owner Sebastian Tuff, posted at property 1926, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Senior Officer Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case and address as read. The property was first inspected and cited on February 13, 2025 for the following violations. Violation 24-7B, complied. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Exterior walls are chipped, faded, and missing paint, including but not limited to the soffits and fascia. Violation 18-12A, complied. The property was last inspected on January 28, 2026, and violation 9-306 remains in non-compliance. The city is requesting the following: 9-306, 56 days to comply, or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25090836, case address 400 Northwest 15th Avenue. Owner, Melinda Ann Fed and Elliot Fed, posted at property 1926, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Senior Officer Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected and cited on October 6, 2025 for the following violations: 18-12A, complied. 47-21.11D, complied. 9-280H1, complied. 9-305B, complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 2206-0450. This case will be presented to the special magistrate, seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint, including but not limited to the detached structure in the rear of the property on the east side. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 2206-0450. This case will be presented to the special magistrate, seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. And 9-13A, complied. The property was last inspected on January 23, 2026, and all violations were in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 9-305B and 9-306 as they are recurring violations.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25080084, case address 2790 Southwest 3rd Court. Owner, Cynthia Maxinaud and Gary Maxinaud, posted at property 122225, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 8/5/25, and the following violations were observed: 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. 47-34.4.A.1 is complied. However, this is a recurring violation. There is a commercial vehicle on the right-of-way being parked on the swell of this RS8 zone property. This is a recurring violation per case CE 230300697. Violation 9-304 (B) is complied, 9-305 (B) is complied, and 9-363 is withdrawn. Contact was made with the property owners regarding the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 1/28/26, the property was found in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the violation of 47-34.4.A.1.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25070442, case address 1067 Iroquois Avenue, owner Miami Gardens 8 LLC, posted at property 122225, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Moore presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected on 7/15/25, and the following violations were observed: 18-1 was complied. 47-39.8.1.B (7) (A) 1.1 is complied. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The chain link fence is broken on the south side of the property and is uneven bent on the north side of the property. 9-304 parentheses B. The driveway at the property has large potholes and is stained with a black substance. The vehicles and trailers parked on the grass was complied, which is one part of this violation. 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and or missing ground cover. 9-306. The exterior walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that has stains and missing/peeling paint. 9-363. Failure to register the residential dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted. There has been no contact made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 1/28/26, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting the following. For the violation of 9-363, 15 days or $100 per day thereafter. And for all remaining violations, 56 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 250700532, case address 418 East Evanston Circle. Owner Max House LLC, posted at property 122225, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 7/16/25 and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 18-4 parentheses C was withdrawn. 24-27 parentheses B is complied. 24-7 parentheses B is complied. 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, non-complied. The exterior walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that does have stains and missing and peeling paint. There has been no contact made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 1/28, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting 56 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter. Per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 241200156, case address 831 Southwest 39th Avenue. Owner Sands 26 Invest LLC, posted at property 122225, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
What was the address?
831 Southwest 39th Avenue.
831, I think that was closed. Yes, that was closed. Okay.
Next case, page 24, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25090288, case address 740 East Evanston Circle. Owner Relocation Services Trust, posted at property 122225, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
This property was first inspected on 9/11/25, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 18-4 parentheses C is complied. 47-7 parentheses B is complied. 47-39.A.1.B parentheses 6 parentheses B is complied. 9-304 parentheses B is complied. However, the driveway at this property has grass and weeds growing through the cracks of the cement. Also, the driveway at the property was stained with cracks throughout. This is a recurring violation per case CE 24030-443. Violation 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation per case CE 24030-443. Then violation -9-308 parentheses B was withdrawn. There has been ongoing communication with the property owner regarding the cited violations. However, due to medical issues, she was unable to attend today. So as a pre-hearing inspection dated 1/28/26, the violation of landscape maintenance does remain a violation, and the city is requesting 91 days or $100 per day thereafter.
So 9-304B is complied?
Yes. Everything's, yes, finding of facts. Thank you.
Okay, 90.304B is complied, so you want a finding of fact?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So ordered, and 305B, 91 days or $100 a day thereafter. Okay.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25090343, case address 631 East Evanston Circle, owner Kirk Edwards, posted at property 122225, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
This property was first, Inspector Rachel Moore, presenting for the city of Fort Lauderdale. For case just read, this property was first inspected on 9/11/25, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there's roof storage at this property consisting of but not limited to buckets, boards, and miscellaneous items that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. There is violation 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B. There is the outside storage of tires, plastic bins, and miscellaneous items stored on the outside of the carport at this RS 67 zone property. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The wooden fence is pushed inwardly and has missing and broken slats. 9-305 parentheses B. The first part is complied. However, the driveway at this property is cracked, stained, and has grass growing through it. 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls and fascia boards that have stains and missing paint. 9-308 parentheses A, the roof is not in good repair and is not weather or watertight. The roof ceiling is hanging and some pieces of the roof have fallen into the carport. 9-308 parentheses B, there is debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. The roof is stained with a black substance. There has been contact with the property owner regarding these cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 1/28/26, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For the violation of 18-1 and 47-39.8.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B, 28 days or $50 per day thereafter. And for all remaining violations, 91 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, could we revisit 9304B? I have as complied, but it's only partially complied?
Only partially complied, yes.
So it's not complied?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, so ordered.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25090353, case address 141 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner FKHSFR C1LP, in care of First Key Homes LLC, posted at property 122225, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 9/15/25, and the following violations were observed. 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B. is complied. However, there is outside storage at this RS7 zoned property consisting of, but not limited to, coolers, plastic bins, buckets, and miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation per case CE 2205-0417. Violation 9-304 parentheses B is complied, and 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. There has been contact with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As per pre-hearing inspection dated 1/28/26, the property remains out of compliance, and the city is requesting 56 days or $100 per day thereafter for the violation of 9-305 parentheses B.
And you want a finding of fact for 47?
Yes, and a finding of fact for the outside storage.
Okay, so ordered.
Okay.
Page 27, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 251000045, case address 661 Alabama Avenue. This case is closed. We're going to skip to page 31. We'll be back to you, Rachel.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Malik Jones, Vanessa Willis presenting case number CE 25050759, case address 501 Northeast 15th Street, owner Julian Elise, posted at property 1926, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Vanessa Willis presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale on behalf of Malik Jones, case number CE 2505079 and address 501 Northeast 15th Street. The property was first inspected and cited on May 30th, 2025 for the following violations: 18-4B complied, 47-2Q3 complied, 47-2013B1B complied, 47-34.1A1 complied, 47-34.4B1 complied. Violation 9-280C, the tiles at the front porch are in disrepair. There are multiple cracks. The floor is not leveled. Violation 9-304B complied, 9-305B complied, and 9-306 complied. The property was last inspected on January 28, 2026, and violation 9-280C remains in non-compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 34. Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 250900699, case address 901 Southwest 16th Street, numbers 1 and 2. Owner RMG Investments LLC, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 15th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-2.2.Q.3. There is visibility obstruction of motorists of the side triangle at this RS8 zone corner residential property within the 25 feet permitted for streets intersection and above the height of 2.5 feet permitted by the ULDR section 47-35.1. There are hedges measuring approximately 61 inches in height located at the corner of Southwest 9th Avenue and Southwest 16th Street. 9-280D, the walkway in front of this property is stained and or discolored. 9-304B, the driveway at the east side of the property has an even lifted and displaced paver causing misalignment. 9-305A withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 28, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 10 days to comply for violation 47-2.2.Q.3 and 28 days for violation 9-280D and 9-304B, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25090700, case address 1405 Southwest 9th Avenue, owner William J. Kaufman and Carol Kaufman, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on September 26, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, complied. 9-305A, there is overgrowth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way / sidewalk. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2305-0658. 9-313A, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 28, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact on 9-305A.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25110411, case address 1454 Southwest 33rd Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Steve Orley, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on November 14, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C, complied. 9-280H1, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. Some of the panels are missing or broken, and some sections of the fence are missing. 9-304B, complied. 9-363, the free landlord application has not been submitted or is incomplete. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 24, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violations 9-280H1 and violation 9-304B, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25100669, case address 2915 Southwest 15th Avenue, owner Fidelis Solutions LLC, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 24, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, complied. 9-305A, there is overgrowth of landscaping material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way facing Southwest 30th Street. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2507-0444. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 23, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact on violation 9-305A.
So ordered.
Next case, page 37, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25100452, case address 1712 Southwest 10th Avenue, owner Joan A. Griffith, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 15, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied. 9-278E, there are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows of this occupied residential property. 9-304B, the driveway and its approach are not being maintained as required. The pavers are stained and the gravel is worn out. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas in the front lawn and the swale of a dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls and fascia that have cracks, stains, and or missing peeling paint. 9-313A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 24, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 9-278E and 91 days for violations 9-304B, 9-305B, and 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 38, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25100546, case address 1104 Citrus Isle, owner Sanford B. and Michelle Nelson, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 24th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there is under roof storage consisting of derelict, golf cart, and other miscellaneous item at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent property. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23120325. 18-4C, there are multiple derelict vehicles on the property. There are Ford pickup and Ford Mustang are with flat tires and expired tag. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23120325. 9-278E complied. 9-280C complied. 9-304B complied. 9-308B complied. 9-313A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 17, 2025. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact on violations 18-1 and 18-4C.
So ordered.
Next case, page 42, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25080126, case address 1000 Northwest 11th Court, owner Gilboa Real Estate LLC, posted at property 11526, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Good afternoon, Magistrate. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2508-0126. Property address 1000 Northwest 11 Court. This property was first inspected on August 7, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12. 18-1 is complied. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 9-305B is complied. And the violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-363 is complied. Violation 9-306 is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 23020934. The city is requesting a finding of fact for that violation. Violation 9-305B is also a recurrent violation per previous case CE 23020934. The city is also requesting a finding of fact for that violation, as well as violation 9-304B. It is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 23020934. The city is requesting a finding of fact on that violation, as well as violation 18-12A, which is also a recurrent violation per previous case CE 23020934. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 43, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25080289, case address 2001 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner Michael P. Goodzow, posted at property 11426, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Again, good afternoon, Magistrate. Inspector Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case and address as read by the clerk. Property was first inspected on August 13, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 24-27B. I'm sorry, 24-7B. There's a bulk trash on the right-of-way of this property, not on the scheduled time. That violation is complied. Violation 9-304B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas that have dead and missing ground cover, including the soil area. This is a recurrent violation per previous case, CE 2301-0558, and will be heard at the next available magistrate whether or not this property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate hearing. The city is requesting 28 days to comply that violation, or a fine of $50 for $100 for each day thereafter. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards in the front door, are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paints. This is a recurrent violation per previous case, CE 2301-0558, and will be heard at the next available special magistrate whether or not this property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate hearing. This violation is in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact on that violation 9-306. Violation 9-363 is in compliance. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
So ordered. And you want finding a fact for
Yeah.
306?
I need a finding of fact for
1812A?
no. Need a finding of fact for 9-306, as well as 9-305B, which is not in compliance.
Well,
1812A.
No, we're reading 2001 Northwest 14th Avenue, right?
Yeah.
Or is
It says a recurring violation.
1812A? Yeah, we're still going to find a fact on that one.
okay. So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 44, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 250800486, case address 1000 Northwest 12th Street, owner Aaron Rascon Morales, posted at property 11526, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good afternoon, Magistrate. Property address 1000 Northwest 12th Street, case number CE 25080486. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25100090, case address 1749 Northwest 18th Street, owner Zhao Ming Chang, posted at property 11426, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Good afternoon again, your magistrate. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25100090, property address Northwest 14749 Northwest 18th Street. The property was first inspected in October 3rd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. And it's this is a recurrent violation per previous case, CE 22040202. The case will be presented before the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate hearing. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted. At this time, the violations is in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Page 45, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25080636, case address 1613 Northwest 15th Court, owner No Nonsense Investor LLC, posted at property 11626, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25080636, property address 1613 Northwest 15th Court. Property was first inspected in April 12, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to broken windows. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and welcome appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-363 have been withdrawn. A notice of hearing was posted on the property in January 16, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 22nd, 2026. Revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 56 days to comply with all violation or fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Bo Reexantis, case number CE 25100621, case address 1531 Northwest 12th Street. Owner Donald James, personal service on 11426, posted at 1 East Broward at 11626.
Good afternoon, Magistrate Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 25060737, property address 1536 Northwest 12th Street. Property was first inspected on July 9, 2025, and the following violation was observed. Violation 9-305, violation 25-5 is complied. Violation, I'm sorry?
Which one are you reading? 1531 Northwest 12.
Can we recall that case? Can we go to the next case?
Next case, page 48, Inspector Bo Reexantis, case number CE 25110118, case address 1242 Northwest 15th Terrace. Owner Evan Nilda P. Peseo, posted at property 11426, posted at 1 East Broward at 11626.
Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25110118, property address 1242 Northwest 15th Terrace. This property was first inspected on November 7, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A is 18-4C is complied. Violation 47-34.1.A.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property, occurring at this RS8 zone property. There's outdoor storage consisting of, but not limited to, junks, tools, toys, and other miscellaneous items. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 23040242. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. The city is requesting 15 days to comply with this violation or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. Violation 9-278E is complied. Violation 9-304B is also in compliance. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and welcome appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include on the right-of-way. This is a repeat violation per previous case CE 23040242, and such fines will be immediately and will begin immediately and will be brought before the special magistrate whether or not the property has come to compliance. Violation 9-306, there are areas of the exterior that have such as fascia that have stains and missing peeling paints. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 23040242. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the special magistrate. At this time, this case is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact for 9-306. Your Honor, for violation 9-305, 905B. It is a repeat violation per code manager Antoine Law. We will seek a stay of fine on that violation, and we will ask for 15 days for that violation to come to compliance. Then, if not, then we'll be imposed the fine, and the fine will continue to accrue until compliance is met.
How much is the fine?
At this time, the fine is $8,300 for violation 9-305B, but we're seeking a stay of fine on it, and then until compliance is met for 15 days. At $100, yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25110134, case address 1744 Northwest 18th Street, owner Tie-In Alliances, Inc., posted at property 11426, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Again, good afternoon, Your Magistrate. Officer Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 25110134, property address 1744 Northwest 18th Street. Your Honor, at this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact. Yeah, indeed. The city is requesting a finding of fact on the violations.
Okay, so ordered. That's for 9280 and 9305.
Correct.
Yep.
Next case, page 51, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25110250, case address 900 Northwest 14th Court, owner Rock Trust, personal service on 11426, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Again, good afternoon, Your Magistrate. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 25110250, property address 900 Northwest 14th Court. The property was first inspected on November 8, 2025, and the following were observed. Violation 24-7B is complied. Violation 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is broken, disconnected, and linen. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the soil area. Violation 9-308B is complied. Violation 9-363 is complied. Notice of hearing was posted on property in January 14, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted January 23, 2026, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply with all violation or a fine of $100 for each violation each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 52, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25080637, case address 1817 Northwest 15th Street. Oh, sorry, this case is rescheduled.
What happened to this too?
That was page 52, 1817. Okay, back to 51. Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25110044, case address 1113 Northwest 15th Court, owner Yanlino Carmenades, posted at property 11726, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Good afternoon, Your Magistrate. Case address, case number CE 25110044, property address 1113 Northwest 15th Court. The property was first inspected on November 5th, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-1, there's couch, rugs, trash bags, and other miscellaneous items stored outside at this property that is creating a public nuisance. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. Violation 24-7B is complied. Violation 9-304B, the asphalt apron driveway is in disrepair. The driveway has cracks and holes. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including on the right-of-way. Violation 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 23rd, 2026, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days for violation 18-1 or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. 15 days for violation 18-12A or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. 28 days for violation 9-304B or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. 28 days for violation 9-305B or $100 for each day thereafter. And 15 days for violation 9-363 or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Bover, we're going back to page 47.
Yeah, sure. Just give me 1 second.
Case number CE 25100621, case address 1531 Northwest 12th Street. Owner Donald James, personal service on 11426, posted at 1 East Broward at 11626.
Good afternoon, your magistrate. Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 25100621, case address 1531 Northwest 12th Street. Violation 18-1, there are boxes, car parts, batteries, and air compressor, refrigerator, and other miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Violation 18-4C, there's a white derelict Hyundai sitting on the jack stored at this property. Violation 47-34.1.8.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this property. There's outdoor storage included but not limited to refrigerator, wheelbarrow, pieces of woods, and other miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per UFDR of this RS8 zone single-family residence. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the long grass area. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including in the soil area. Violation 9-306, the building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia boards and soffits, are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting 15 days for violation 18-1 or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. 15 days for violation 18-4C or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. 15 days for violation 47-34.1.8.1. 15 days or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. 15 days for violation 9-305B or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. And city was requesting 56 days for violation 9-305B or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. And 56 days for violation 9-306 or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. And 15 days for violation 9-363 or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Going back to page 28, Inspector Rachel Moore, Case number CE 25100868, case address 2856 Southwest 4th Street, owner Willie J. Spitzer, posted at property 1626, posted at Wendy's Bar at 11626.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 10/28/25, and the following violations were observed. 18-4 (C) is complied. 9-280 (H) is withdrawn. 9-304 (B). There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. A dark gray Ford Focus and a navy blue Toyota Camry were being parked on the grass lawn of this property. That part has been complied. However, the driveway at the property has potholes, cracks, and black stains throughout. And 9-306, it was complied on 1/28/26. There has been contact made with the property owner regarding the violations. As per pre-hearing inspection dated 1/28, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 91 days or $100 per day thereafter for the violation of 9-304B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25100775, case address 331 Southwest 38th Terrace, owner Jerome F. Schulter, posted at property 122225, posted at Wendy's Bar at 11625.
This property was first inspected on 10/25/25, and the following violations were observed. 18-4 (C) is complied. However, this is a recurring violation. There is a derelict mobile home parked on the property. The mobile home has flat tires. This is a recurring violation per case CE 210-70652. 9-278 (E) is complied. 9-304B complied. However, this is also recurring. The driveway is not being maintained as required. The asphalt is faded, worn out with grass, weeds growing through it. This is a recurring violation per case CE 210-70652. 9-305 (B) is complied, and 9-306 is complied. There has been contact made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As per hearing inspection dated 1/26, the property was found to be in compliance. However, the city is requesting a finding of fact for both the violations of 18-4 (C) and 9-304 (B).
So ordered.
Next case, bottom of page 29, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25060070, case address 2860 Southwest 2nd Street, owner Blues and Marie Sterling, posted at property 122225, posted at Wendy's Bar at 11626.
Inspector Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 6/4/25, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 is complied. 47-34.4.B.1 is complied. 9-280 (H) (1). The fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The chain link fence has been detached from the fence poles at this property. 9-304 (B). The driveway at this property has potholes, cracks throughout. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As per pre-hearing inspection 1/28, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 56 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Now we're going to page 55. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2508031, case address 2664 Southwest 7th Street, owner Sean Bruce, posted at property 1826, posted at Wendy's Bar at 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on August 14, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12.A complied. 25-14 complied. 47-20.20.h, complied. 47-34.4.c.1, complied. There is an RV parked and being stored at this RMM 25 zone property for the purpose of living or sleeping. The RV is described as a 2000 white Mallard carry-on RV with Ohio tag UBD 2707. This is a recurring violation to case CE 250-30515. 9-305B, complied. As of inspection conducted on November 21st, 2025, the property is in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 47-34.4.c.1.
So ordered.
Next case, page 56, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080381, case address 425 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner Max House LLC, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on August 14, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, complied. There is under the carport storage at this property that is creating a public nuisance. The items being stored include, but is not limited to, plastic storage container, propane tanks, plastic buckets, clothes, laundry hamper, and other miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation to case CE 221-00117. 18-12.A, complied. 18-4.C, complied. 47-21.9.K, complied. 47-5.11, complied. 9-304B, complied. The driveway is not being maintained as required. The driveway apron has bare areas of missing gravel. Furthermore, grass is growing through the driveway and driveway apron. This is a recurring violation to case CE 221-00117. 9-305B, complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 221-00117. 9-306, complied. The building exterior is not being maintained as required. There are areas of the fascia that are damaged, stained, and missing paint. This is a recurring violation to case CE 221-00117. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation of sections 18-1, 9-304B, 9-305B, and 9-306.
So ordered.
Next case, page 57, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080025, case address 2879 Southwest 14th Street, owner Sandra Rivera, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on August 2nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1, complied. 9-278E, complied. 9-280H1, complied. 9-304B, the gravel driveway is in disrepair. The driveway has grass growing through it and bare areas of missing gravel. 9-306, complied. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 56 days to come into compliance of 9-304B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, page 58, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080621, case address 1653 Southwest 28th Avenue, owner John Blake Edwards, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-80621 for the property located at 1653 Southwest 28th Avenue. The property was first inspected on August 22nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.15.A, complied. A black olive tree was removed from this RS8 zone property without first obtaining a permit. It should be unlawful to remove a tree without first obtaining a tree removal permit. The violation is complied. However, the case is being presented to the special magistrate to request an imposition of fines for an irreparable and irreversible violation. 9-304B, complied. 9-305B, complied. 9-306, complied. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 28, 2026, the property is in full compliance. The city is requesting to impose a fine of $150 for the removal of the black olive tree.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080794, case address 2501 Southwest 3rd Street, owner Max House LLC, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on August 29, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-280C complied. 9-304B complied. The driveway apron has grass growing through it and bare areas of missing gravel. Furthermore, there are vehicles and a trailer parked on the grass at the rear of this property. This is a recurring violation to case CE 241-20448. 9-306 complied. The fascia is stained with a black substance and has areas of missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation to case CE 24110672. As of inspection conducted on October 2nd, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violations 9-304B and 9-306.
So ordered.
Next case, page 59, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080813, case address 138 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner Shelley Walkenhorst and Brian Walkenhorst, posted at property 1226, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on August 30th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied. 47-21.15.A. A mahogany tree was removed from this RSA zone property without first obtaining a permit. 47-21.16.A complied. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 220-80394. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 56 days to come into compliance of section 47-21.15.A and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Are you closing any fines for the tree?
Yes. The city is seeking to impose a fine of $150 for the removal of the tree.
So ordered.
Next case, page 60, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080814, case address 132 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner Marlene Pendas Amador, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on August 30th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B complied. There are vehicles parked on the grass. This is a recurring violation to case CE 220-90515. 9-305B complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 220-90515. As of an inspection conducted on October 11, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation of section 9-304B and 9-305B.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25090053, case address 128 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner Heather and Tori Isaac, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on September 3rd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied. 9-304B. There are vehicles and trailers parked on the grass area at the front and rear of this property. This is a recurring violation to case CE 2406058. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance of section 9-304B, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, page 61, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25090054, case address 118 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner Edna Charlemagne, posted at property 1226, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on September 3rd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied. 47-34.1.8.1. There is non-permitted outdoor storage occurring at this RSA zone property. The items being stored outdoors include, but is not limited to, wood pallets, animal cages, cleaning supplies, buckets, and other miscellaneous items. 9-304B, the paved driveway has cracks and broken areas in the concrete. Furthermore, there are vehicles parked on the lawn. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance of Section 47-34.1.8.1, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met, and 28 days to come into compliance of Sections 9-304B and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for each violation until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25090767, case address 1501 Southwest 19th Avenue. Owner Alec Stephen Pryor, posted at property 1226, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on September 29, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-4.C. There is a derelict vehicle parked at the rear of this RS8 zone property. The derelict vehicle is described as a red car with flat tires and parts removed. The vehicle is partially covered by tarps with overgrowth around the vehicle and miscellaneous items placed on the roof and trunk holding down the tarps. 47-34.1.8.1. There is outdoor storage occurring at this property. The items being stored outdoors include, but is not limited to, rims and tires, plastic barrels, paddle boards, plastic storage containers, and other miscellaneous items at the front and rear of the property. 9-304B, there is a vehicle parked on the grass at the rear of this property. This is a recurring violation to previous case number CE 230-30807. 9-305B, withdrawn. 9-306, there are areas of the fascia that have black stains and missing paint. This is a recurring violation to previous case number CE 230-30807. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance of sections 18-4C, 47-34.1.8.1, and 9-304B, or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter until compliance is met, and 28 days to come into compliance of section 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080806, case address 208 Southwest 24th Avenue. Owner Tuan Tran, posted at property 1226, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250800806 for the property located at 208 Southwest 24th Avenue. The property was first inspected on August 30th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 9-280C complied, 9-305B complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 22110363. 9-306 complied. As of inspection conducted on January 9th, 2026, the property is in full compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation of section 9-305B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 63, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25090770, case address 2600 Southwest 8th Street. Owner Cedric McDowell and Audley Allen, posted at property 1226, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on September 29, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B complied. There are vehicles parked on the lawn at the front and rear of the property. This is a recurring violation to case CE 220800362. 9-305B complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 220800362. As of inspection conducted on January 2nd, 2026, the property is in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for recurring violation 9-304B and 9-305B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 64, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 251000202, case address 227 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner, Dev Dharm Khalsa, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broad, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 251000202 for the property located at 227 Southwest 22nd Avenue. The property was first inspected on October 8, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied. 18-12A complied. There is overgrowth on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 241105551. 18-4C complied. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. 9-304B complied. The driveway has cracks, is stained with a black substance, and has grass growing through the gravel apron. Furthermore, there are vehicles parked on the lawn area. This is a recurring violation to case CE 241105551. 9-305A complied. As of inspection conducted on November 14, 2025, the property is in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation of section 18-12A and 9-304B.
So ordered.
Page 65, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 251000305, case address 1275 Southwest 28th Road. Owner, Sway 2014-1 Borrower LLC, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broad, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on October 9, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. There is illegal outdoor storage occurring at this RSA zone property. The items being stored outdoors consist of, but is not limited to, rims and tires, hubcaps, strollers, cinder blocks, bags, radiators, and other miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation to case CE 250-10684. 9-304B complied. There is a vehicle parked on the grass area. This is a repeat violation to case CE 240-80286, and fine shall accrue from the date the violation was first observed until compliance is met. As of inspection conducted on November 20th, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is requesting to impose a fine in the amount of $100 for repeat violation 9-304B, observed October 9th, 2025. Furthermore, the city is seeking a finding of fact for violation of section 47-34.1.A.1.
So ordered.
Next case, page 66, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 251000581, case address 1613 Southwest 28th Avenue. Owner, Lat Investments Group LLC, posted at property 1726, posted at 1 East Broad, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on October 23, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-28, the business at this location, Beautiful Doggies Grooming Salon, is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 47-22.9 complied. 9-280H1 complied. 9-304B, the driveway is in disrepair. The driveway for the rear unit 2804 abutting Southwest 16th Street has areas of broken and missing asphalt and is not being maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. Furthermore, there is 2 boat trailers and a black enclosed trailer parked on the front lawn area. The driveway apron to 1613 abutting 28th Avenue has a damaged area of missing asphalt as well. 9-305B complied. 9-308B complied. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of section 15-28, 9-304B, and 9-363, or a fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, page 67, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 251000804, case address 251 Southwest 21st Way. Owner, Redditus 1 LLC, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broad, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on October 27, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B. The paved driveway areas at this property are in disrepair and not being maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. Both the paved driveway slab and paved strips have areas that are damaged, cracked, and lifted. Furthermore, the driveway has grass growing through it and damaged areas and is stained with a black substance. Additionally, the gravel driveway entrance has grass growing through it and bare areas of missing gravel. This is a recurring violation to case CE 250-70582. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of Section 9-304B or a fine of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25110413, case address 1473 Southwest 16th Terrace, owner Matthew Harrison, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on November 15, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B complied. 9-305B, there are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of Section 9-305B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, page 68, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25110073, case address 2661 Southwest 16th Street, owner Brian Lewis Gurus, posted at property 1226, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on November 11, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied. There is under carport storage of items including but not limited to fans, gas cans, and other miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 250-20410. 47-34.1.8.1 complied. There is illegal land use occurring at this RSA zone property. There is outdoor storage of items including but not limited to tarps, umbrella stands, and other miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 250-20410. 9-278E complied. There are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows of this occupied residential property. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 250-20410. 9-304B complied. The gravel driveway has grass or weeds growing through it. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 250-20410. 9-305B complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 250-20410. As of inspection conducted on December 3, 2026, the property is in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for recurring violations 18-1, 47-34.1.8.1, 9-278E, 9-304B, and 9-305B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 69, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 251100173, case address 1117 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Vincent Allen Beaumart, posted at property 1826, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on November 8, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 25-4 complied. 47-34.4.B.1 complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the front lawn at this RSA zone property. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 23, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance of Section 9-304B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met. And the city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of Section 9-305B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 250-80780, case address 207 Southwest 28th Street, owner Hunter Collection, Inc., posted at property. I don't know. Muhammad left? He has another case. All right, this case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 70, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 25110526, case address 1649 Northeast 8th Avenue, owner Lyron Alon, posted at property 1626, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on November 19, 2025, and the following violation was discovered. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on January 27, 2026, where a check of Avenue STR revealed that the advertisement has not been taken down. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 71, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25100173, case address 1501 Southwest 24th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Aileen Pangia, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25100173, property address 1501 Southwest 24th Street, number 1-4. This property was initially inspected on October 8, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A is complied. Case is complied and closed. Yeah.
Next case, page 72, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25100791. Which one? Oh, okay, okay. Next case, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25100348, case address 2675 Southwest 15th Street, owner Sakisha Fisher, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25100348, property address 2675 Southwest 15th Street. This property was initially inspected on October 11, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, January 23, 2026, and the following violation remains. 15-272A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Next case, page 72, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25100791, case address 1590 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner Laurent D. Satori, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward, 11626.
Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Code, Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, and presenting case CE 25100791 for property located at 1590 Southwest 31st Avenue. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 4/24/25, case CE 25030009 was presented to Special Magistrate Flynn that this property was operating as a vacation rental without a certificate from the city. An order of 15 days to comply or $500 per day thereafter per violation be imposed if not complied. On 4/24/2025, the violation was complied. On 10/28/2025, the property was found again operating as a vacation rental without a certificate under this case CE 25100791. The property is in compliance at this time. While the property was out of compliance, re-inspections were conducted on the following days, showing that the violation did exist. Those dates are 10/28/2025, 10/29/2025, 12/6/2025, and 1/3/2026, and 1/10/2026, for a total of 5 days. The city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $2,500. And if this violation reoccurs after today's hearing, if the magistrate can order a fine of $1,000 per day to be imposed.
Okay. $1,000 a day if the violation is repeated again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 25110524, case address 5251 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Kathleen Kennedy and Donald Weber, posted at property 1626, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 25110524, address 5251 Northeast 26th Avenue. This property was cited on 11/21/25 for 281A. This vacation rental property is operating with an expired certificate. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $500 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25110681, case address 2443 Tortugas Lane, owner 2443 Tortuga Lane LLC, posted at property 1326, posted at 1 East Broward 11626.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25110681, property address 2443 Tortugas Lane. This property was initially inspected on November 26, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, January 23rd, 2026, and the following violation remains. 15-272A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Going back to page 69, case number CE 25080780, that case is closed. Page 75, Inspector Leda Mesa, Vanessa Willis, presenting case number CE 25050521, case address 2008 Intercoastal Drive, owner Samuel S. Calienda LLC. This case was first heard 9/9/25 to comply by 10/14/25. One section complied at $150 per day, $3,150 accrued. The city is requesting $350, and this is also to vacate the order imposing fine of $1211.25.
Senior Officer Vanessa Willis presenting the case for Officer Mesa, address and case number as read. At the Special Master hearing on December 11, 2025, Special Master Flynn imposed fines of $3,150. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 4, 2025, finding compliance was achieved. The city requests the following: vacate the December 11, 2025 order imposing fines and the imposition of accrued administrative costs totaling $350.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 76. Inspector Edward Easton, case number CE 25050807, case address 214 Southwest 2nd Street, owner Second City Entertainment Company. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/12/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $300 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 77, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 250209290, case address 2850 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Mill Capital LLC. This case was first heard 5/13/25 to comply by 6/10/25. There are four suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $12,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 250209291, case address 2840 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Mill Capital LLC. This case was first heard at 5/13/25 to comply by 6/10/25. Four suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $12,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 78, Inspector Malik Jones, Vanessa Willis, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 250506766, case address 1123 Northwest 3rd Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Mike Mizrahi. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25 and 9/25/25. One section complied at $50 per day, $550 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 79, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 250060792, case address 930 Southwest 29th Street, A through D, owner Zach Quill, Inc. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 10/10/25 and 12/11/25. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 80, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 250700586, case address 1871 Southwest 22nd Street, owner Carolyn Gunnell. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 11/6/25. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 250100578, case address 1625 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Ezel LLC. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25. Sections complied at $100 per day, $23,300 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 81, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 250020741, case address 1124 Northwest 19th Street, owner Wilbert Noel. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25 and 11/19/25. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,550 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 82, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2504797, case address 1416 Northeast 5th Avenue, owner Faith Church of the Nazarene. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25 and 9/25/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $27,000 accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,200 accrued, $28,200 total. Cities requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506039, case address 1432 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Boyan Bialovic. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25 and 9/25/25. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $26,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 83, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 250700278, case address 1317 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Todd Zolik. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/25/25. Two sections not complied at $100, $25,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 86, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25060117, case address 433 Southwest 28th Avenue, owner Pampa Galgo 2 LLC. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 11/19/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $14,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
The The city is requesting to enter pages 92 and 93 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered. Great job, everybody.
And this concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Thursday, January 29th, 2026.
see the sun rising, it's worth it. To be out here, to be able to gaze up in the sky and see how faithful the sun is. That's why I wake up excited about coming to work every day. Get the opportunity to serve the people. So I hope you have enjoyed your time with me as I have enjoyed my time with you, informing you how our day-to-day doing beach operation goes.